Ooh, we are live for day one of Blue Talks Amplify Your Message. I'm joined by our very short-term guest co-host last time. So I'm excited to have her again. My co-host today is Wandana, and you're looking so pretty today. Your energy
Oh,
is just like so, what's the word I'm looking for? Like magnifying.
aw.
It's so good to see you like this
Thank
again.
you.
So
And
sending
your
so much
shirt was
love.
your shirt's just today?
I haven't seen you in a while. We're going to talk, if you're open to it, we'll talk about it later. We might have a break later, and I'd love to touch
Totally.
there if you can.
Yeah, I'm all
But
good.
to start the day and to start the week off, I would love to just take a moment to say that this is the Canada Thanksgiving weekend. This is Monday. It's supposed to be a holiday. I forgot all about it. I don't know if my family's going to be mad or not. So, what we might do is we might put in a few little tidbits of gratitude, gratefulness, thankfulness, that kind of stuff throughout today as well as the rest of the week. But for our audience at home and work or wherever you are today, I would love to just introduce myself and, of course, my co host before we bring our first guest up. So, this show is Blue Talks Amplify Your Message. The whole point is we want to know who those magnificent people are who have messages that they want to share with the world. But there are so many different ways to share that message. So then what I like to bring to this show is who are the human beings behind the skills? How is it that they take their authenticity and weave it into the choices that they have made through the mediums in which they share their message? So my background is that I talk about courageous connection. A lot of it is storytelling, a lot of it is emotions. We can get deep and dark, but I'm also super playful. So this is where I'm coming from. Wanda, I would love to get to know just a little bit about you so we know where you're coming from.
Absolutely. So I'm a marketer and strategist by profession. Um, After doing it in the corporate world and in the consulting and freelance world, I kind of got bored and kind of seeing the same stuff over and over again. But I build brands and build businesses, and I teach about curiosity and creative problem solving. And actually, it's revolutionary problem solving, I'll say. And I also just launched. I'm writing, I'm speaking, but I also just launched um, a collective, a women's co-creating collective for for the foreseeable future. So we just launched it, and it's going live. So we can talk about that
Congratulations.
if you want. If we're not,
Yeah.
good.
Oh, we're going to have lots of fun throughout the
Yeah,
day and throughout
yeah.
the week if you're here. So, our first guest is waiting behind the scenes. And I just need to say, I'm going to bring you up here now, Gary, that we had quite the time with tech behind the scenes right before we go live. If you've ever watched the show, there's always something. Always something. And last time we did this show, I had to have Jennifer. No, it wasn't Jennifer. Irina? I do not remember the name of the lady. My apologies. We had a lady like video chat on Facebook Messenger
Oh my
with
God.
my tripod up here. So, and I have my headphones on. One of the headphones is off so that I can hear her. And we've got the microphones on so that you could hear her through the phone. And I'm talking like this. That's how we started the
But
week.
you know what, Laura? Only you could make it work no matter what. Honest to God.
I
It's
think
like,
that's why I was hired for this job.
yeah.
So people at home know Gary's kind of the same thing, only the microphone didn't work. So we're using my headset so we don't hear Gary twice. And my microphone through the headset. We're making it work because he's also on video chat.
Actually, if we see all of this as perfect imperfection, all the things that we think that's supposed to work one way and it's working another
Mhm.
way, I don't mind you hearing me twice. You can hear me in your left ear, in your inner ear, your inner eye, your it's
But
fine.
it's always like one after the other, and it just can't quite do it. Yeah. I just want to say thank you to start this whole thing off, Gary, for working with me behind the scenes and trying to figure out how to make this work. Because I'll just
It's
repeat,
a pleasure.
something always happens, so we always need
It's
to
a
be
pleasure,
prepared.
and I have to say I'm a bit delighted because when things do not go according to plan, out comes the humanity, out comes the real person, the real caring, And so I
Oh,
like these things when we have to move through the skid like this. I love it.
awesome. So, Gary, I do have a way that I start off every interview because it's a little bit
Sure.
of research for me and it tells us so much about you before we know anything about you. So, if you're ready for my question, I would love to ask it.
Oh, I'm always ready.
Oh, are you? Okay, awesome. I actually started an Excel spreadsheet so I can write all these down instead of having to go through my notebook every time. So there, I brought it up. Gary, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Creative, playful, transformational.
Transformational. Sometimes we just need to sound it out. So I know it's I cannot type this way. I have to like type this way. Gary, why creative, playful, and transformational? What does that have to do with you? And of course, what does that have to do with your message?
I've developed a formula for helping speakers before going on stage get into the zone.
Ooh.
And the 3 key words that I've chosen for myself when explaining this process is I am creative, I am playful, and I am transformational. And the reason I'm saying this while making gestures is that most speakers speak from the neck up and don't include the full-bodied fingers, hands, arms, the whole full-bodied expression.
Yeah.
My tool of creating 3 key words and then multi-sensorizing these words is that any speaker, including myself, can then show what we're telling in such a way that the audience is compelled to follow on the invitation to action in the speaker's message. So I am creative. I love when I'm left alone, I will write a poem, sing a song, do a sound meditation in a waterfall. I'll always find some way of igniting that spark. It lights me up. Playful, but if I can trust being silly and letting go of the seriousness and allow a Monty Python or Dr. Seussism to come through, then I can trust someone with my deepest secrets. If I can be really playful, wild, and go holding back my ridiculosity, it has a velocity to it. And transformational. I go like this because I like to cut through the BS and have people melt into their deepest surrender, their greatest, fullest expression, authenticity, and body-centered expression. Does that answer your question?
I don't think there will ever be enough to ever answer my questions. One of the things I love about myself, and since we're just going to be practicing gratitude today and this week, is I really do love my playfulness and my massive curiosity. And I think that's why Wanda and I get so excited together because we're like, oh, but we need to know this and we want to know this. And then we just ask a bajillion questions because we really do want to know.
It's genuine
I love
interest.
it.
So, Carrie, if you could, I know this is hard, but if you could kind of simplify your message down into 1, maybe 2 sentences, just so that we know where we're going to explore in the next little bit, what would your message, like your core message, be?
My core message is this. I enhance fellow speakers' full-bodied engagement, interactive impact, and effectiveness of live and online presentations.
Why is that so important to you?
I'm sitting on the top of a mountain in a permaculture community, 2 hours from the nearest town, 550 meters above sea level. Contact with fellow humans is limited to the online stage these days. So the more that I can connect intimately into me see, into you see, into we see, the more I can reach people on a global level, on a large level, on a one-to-one level, and really get through. This is the way I get to communicate with other humans these days. That's why I'm so passionate about it, is because I'm stuck, and yet I choose to be here. I love living in this permaculture community way up on the top of this mountain. And I'm off grid. I'm connected with a very strong telephone cords to a Starlink modem. I couldn't be far enough away from civilization. So I hunger for that contact. And I love doing that through the online stage because it's such intimate, easy access for fellow humans all over the globe.
Quite ironic, isn't it?
You can say that again.
Yeah. Very
I was
cool.
thinking the
Very
same
cool.
thing.
It's very cool.
What did you do before the internet, Gary? Yes, for people
But
watching, there was a time
in the
without the
beginning of my life, I've always been a most physical sort, a wild child climbing trees when I was young, a champion springboard diver and captain of the gymnastics team and the track team, became a transformational body therapist, court jester. My life's been a huge adventure of creativity, freeing emotional blocks, and getting on stage for me has been more a part of my evolving movement from New York, California, Hawaii, New Zealand, Australia, Bali, Thailand. I've been moving west for over 60 years. I'll be 73 in a couple of months. So how is it that I'm doing what I'm doing? I fell into one physicalization of awakening consciousness after another. And when I was in my young 20s in San Francisco and had a lot of body therapy and a lot of emotional release work before developing my own form of freeing people to their own authenticity, full self-expression, speaking from their inner core, that was when I found this form of freeing all this creativity through me. Wait a minute. If this is what's happening inside me, I'll bet we're all stuck within our own imprisonment in our own body. We're all bound within the confines of our physical body. And when I had this work done on me in my early 20s, out came all the physical tensions. Out came all this creativity, the songs, the plays, the paintings, huge amount of suppressed creativity. And that was only through the release of the emotional layer. So I called myself an archaeologist of the soul. Ever since then, I've been dedicated to freeing the physical layer, the emotional layer, and underneath that, then the creative expression can emerge. So it's been a life path, a mission that I've been on all my life.
Yeah. So it sounds like you were, instead of being online and trying your best to engage with people there, you were really engaged with your community, wherever that community was.
I've always been deeply engaged with the community and particularly engaged in our relationship to our body. I've always been like a super athlete and super connected to physicalizing my whole method, which you'll see in a little bit in the interview in a few minutes. My whole method is based on freeing the physicality and being as visceral as possible. So the message is seen, heard, felt, experienced, and not just downloading of information. So this has been my life path, my whole life, and I love it.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Do you consider yourself an outlier?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do. I think when I studied outlier, it's not the people who've been on the outskirts for so long are now coming into the inskirts. I've been so far ahead of the times for so many decades that now it's actually ever since I moved to Australia 27 years ago. Now that I'm so far away from my homeland, first born in New York City, after moving 10,000 miles west, I no longer am seen by myself as an outsider. I saw something from Marianne Williamson, a quote from her somewhere on the web today, saying people only understand us when we understand ourselves first. And that's been
Mm.
my whole path. So
Yes.
my shift has been, instead of focusing out to reach people, it's focusing in to reach me, nurturing, empowering, inspiring myself first. Then I can reach people no longer as an outlier, but as someone who's in the inside. It's an inside job. So I'm coming out from the outside, going in deeply into people's psyche, and that's where I work with people, from the inside out.
Hmm. Beautiful.
It's so funny that you brought up the working on the inside first when you're asking for other people to kind of fill some of those needs for you. I was speaking about that. I do a live every Monday called Monday Morning Mindfulness, mostly so that I can practice mindfulness and have a little bit of accountability. But I was talking about just that. Like I've been that person where I've been very lonely as a kid. And then as I became an adult, I kept looking for that connection. So much
Yep.
rejection weaved into that. I'm still looking for that connection. But then I was reading something from V Friends. And if you're unfamiliar with V Friends, it's like Gary V's version of personal development for kids. But oh my God, I'm actually having a lot of fun with it. Because there was one quote he had up a couple days ago that really resonated with me. It was something along the lines of I cannot be asking other people to see me at my depth because they're not at their depth. They have to be at that same depth to see me at that same
That's
depth.
right.
But
Yep,
then
it's
I'm
so right.
relating that to my need of connection and loneliness is like, well, I cannot demand people to do that work so that I feel what I need to feel. I have to do just that you said, Dr. Gary, is work on me first, learning to love
It's
me at
so
that.
true. It's so true. Since moving off grid 2.5 years ago, I have a renewed relationship with the word all oneness. Aloneness and aloneness are the same word. It's just the change in the emphasis on
Mm.
the syllable.
Hmm.
Aloneness. I have found a renewed relationship in being at one with, all one with myself, with life, with all of creation. And it's now that I'm more connected with myself, I'm so much more connected with everybody else, and my own loneliness and desire for companionship. I'm the one that I've been missing. I've been the one after 4 marriages, no children, 4 marriages, about another 10. This must be the one. This must be the one. This must be the one for decades. Serial monogamous, to a ridiculous extreme. Now I have to laugh at myself, that I feel much more connected with everyone, yet I'm not trying to reach anybody. I'm reaching me all the time as much as possible. And this makes all the difference in the world. It is an inside job, as you mentioned.
Inside job.
Beautiful.
Where did that all start? If we're just looking at that whole inside job, because if we're connecting it all, that inside job leads to you being able to want to connect and then actually learning how to connect in a better way with others. Where did that
Yes.
inside job desire come from?
When I was in my teens, that was in the 60s before the Vietnam War, I was reading a lot of Hermann Hesse, Siddhartha, Magister Ludi, a variety of works by Hermann Hesse, and a number of existential poets,
Hmm.
Rumi, it goes on and on and on. And all of these have one thing in common. It's the um, it's the search for the self from within rather than seeking outwards. That's been the consistent lineage of all of these different teachers. It's the finding of the lost or disowned or projected self. In my teachings, some of which you'll hear about in the interview, and also the talk I recently gave at Cambridge U on transforming your message with your body and voice, it's all about that. It's all about what is it that needs to shift inwardly in order for the world to hear you outwardly. The focus is no longer about having other people hear you outwardly. It's all about putting your hand right here at the base of the spine, sending that sound of heartfelt intention down through the base of the spine to the center of the molten earth, as though you were the the person to receive your own message first, your own criticism first, your own acknowledgement and approval and honoring first. And then it turns everything around.
Yep.
That's how it started with me. Hermann Hesse and my existential poets and Sartre and Camus and all of this that I studied when I was a teenager. That was the beginning of the journey. And then springboard diving. I became a champion springboard diver. And the more I spun and twisted and most of the time landed straight without puncturing eardrums or slicing parts of my body, which didn't happen all the time, this was also a journey inwards to my inner mechanics. So now when I'm on stage and I'm presenting and I'm showing people how to move through the stage, to punctuate clear points on the stage, to choreograph the actual presentation, I do this because for years and years and years, for thousands and thousands of times, I was navigating through the unknown, navigating through space in the air before landing. And so this inner journey precipitated the outer journey. Again, that's how it started.
Okay.
Sorry. I was just going to say, you speak with such beauty and conviction about what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I have perhaps a spiritual question in that, how do you know that you're in the right place? How do you know that
Good question.
Meant to do?
Yep.
Be
I love these questions. Yeah. All right. Who is asking the question? Can I call you by name?
Wandana. Wandana.
Wandana. Okay, you're also here with us. Like I see, you're here in the studio.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I got it. Name is a wonderful name, Wandora. All right, Wandana. V sounds like a W. It's really simple. The answer to this question. Do you know what I'm going to say? Well, that's part of it right there.
You looked within yourself.
Exactly. That's the gesture that would go with the communication I'm about to share with you. Let's say you who are listening, you who are watching, have a choice. You can go this way or you can go that way. Which is the right way? How do you know what's right for you? Simple answer. Because I deal with this all the time with people who I do coaching and counseling and mentoring and guidance and therapy with online, along with my speaking.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is, if when I'm thinking about going this way, my energy gets sad and I start to feel bad, mad, angry, depressed, my head falls forward, I start having negative thoughts and I start to eat junk food, I will guarantee you that is not the right path for me. However, if I follow the other path, whichever the other path is, and my energy lights up, my spine grows taller, my eyes roll around more fluidly in the sockets, I have a very different experience. My energy is uplifted. I feel nurtured and warm, tingly here in my heart. I'm breathing more easily. My thoughts are clearer. My actions and my words are without hesitation. Then I know I'm on the right track. That's how I tell. Does the energy go up? Or does the energy go down? The body knows.
Very cool.
Close your eyes. Follow the energy. Oh, Gary, you were talking about the springboarding, and I was laughing because usually my laptop is all the way back on my desk, and so I'm like right in front of my desk. But I talk with my hands a lot, so then I'm constantly hitting my table. So I designed my office that I cannot touch a wall now unless I do this.
So you can move. You can move freely. This is good. I can move
freely. But I used to be in like a living room chair in the corner of my bedroom, and the closet was right here, like the side of my box. And it used to drive me nuts because I'm like, I want to talk with my hands.
Of course you did.
Oh, yeah. I did hear that you mentioned that you were on the stage acting. Is that the word that you used?
Yeah, and I actually found a very particular role, a very
Oh.
particular role when I was living in California.
Mm-hmm.
I went to a Renaissance festival. They're all over the world now.
I figured you
And
did.
I
Yep.
came across this exact Sir Cedric's Goodheads, a jester head on a stick.
Yeah.
I had already had all this creativity coming through me, songs, poems, plays, paintings. It was amazing once I had some of this transformational body therapy, healing work, emotional release work, psychodrama, went on and on. I went to this Renaissance festival and I saw this very expensive porcelain, beautiful jester's head on a stick. I didn't even ask the price. I said, I want that. And a few months later, I moved to Hawaii. I was 29 years old. I met a woman in the University of Hawaii costume department. Because so much creativity was coming out, and I couldn't stop doing plays and songs and poems and interactive ways of connecting with people, I said, make me a hat just like this. She did, and I traded her, like 10 or 15 of my transformational body therapy sessions in exchange. And for years, I was performing. I came out as a court jester, doing living legends of folk tales of all the different creation myths of all the different cultures, traveling around Hawaii, looking like this character in face paint, Harlequin outfit, and basically providing an artists in the schools program to teach living legends of their own culture to children all over Hawaii. So this role, this court
Aw.
jester role, is how I got involved in acting. And when I was living in Hawaii, I was Puck in Midsummer Night's Dream because it was so
Oh.
close to my heart. It was the one professional role I ever had in professional theater. I actually had a couple of them, but that was the one that really heralded the full expression of my essence, my quintessence. So
Mm.
my focus on performing arts has been as a court jester, specifically as a court jester. And that's what I've been focusing on for decades all over the world, in Soviet Union, all over. I've been developed different shows and things in this character to do participatory songs, plays, interactive theater. And that became the basis for helping people come out of the box with my presentation coaching. Now I still use the same gifts, but instead of having to look like a fool, I help people free themselves from being stuck in their own boxes. And so I'm using that talent in a very different way. Thanks for joining us
It's
today.
funny. I that was the first question that came to my mind when you were
You can
speaking.
relate to what I'm saying. I can see that.
Here, I'll make sure that. Go ahead. I have the microphone in front now.
I was just saying that, Gary, that was one of the first questions that I had in my mind if you had done a lot of acting,
Yeah.
because of your gestures and because of your creativity and your expression. So it's, however long you were doing it, it definitely had a big impact. It was meant to be.
A number of lifetimes, Wendana. I've been doing this for multiple lives. I'm sure I was a court jester somewhere in ancient civilization. My mom's great grandfather played clarinet for the Tsar in Russia, and his brother was a um, violinist. And my parents hid from me that there was a creative bone in my body. They wanted me to do something straight and narrow, Russian, Jewish, upwardly mobile, New York City, very practical people. And I became this highfalutin wild card character, not realizing that I was tapping into my heritage that was kept hidden from me. Now I'm teaching people, showing people how to free themselves from being locked up inside. So, yes, Wendana, I'm glad you picked that up with the artistic, the physicality of the artistic performing art experience. I come alive when I'm in that role, very very close to my essence.
Is your PhD related to what you're doing now?
Well, it was a prior version of what I'm doing now. You see, the court jesterhood was a way for me to express silliness, legends, rhyme. When you hear the interview that's coming up, the whole focus of this interview actually was Corey interviewing me with his interest on how do you across so easily as a performing artist. You should be on Broadway or at least off Broadway. How do you do that? It's the same exact questions you're thinking right now. And the truth is, I come alive on stage, I come alive, and I feel even more authentic when I'm connecting to this archetypal character that's bigger than life.
I feel you, Gary. I was in A Midsummer Night's Dream as well, only I was doing a lot of other
character
things.
were you?
I was Peas Blossom. So I remember spending 10 minutes having to brush my hair and not look at my family member sitting right in front of me. I'm like, whoa, no, look like this. Otherwise I'll get very distracted. Like, that was the hardest part of that role.
And I remember that role. There was a play within the play in Midsummer Night's Dream where you had quite a big role within that play within the play.
I don't remember. Like, I think that was grade 9. Yeah, that was grade 9. And I don't remember a lot of grade 9 because grade 9 was my year of rejection.
Right.
But I do remember that 10-minute phase being really hard because I needed to look at people. But I also did lighting. I also did costumes. I also did set design. I also did marketing. I also did, like, I had my hand in everything, Gary, which is why I was like, I can't do the main role. I don't have time. Give me some things so that I can act because I love being on the stage, but then I want my hands in everything.
As you do.
Of course.
That hasn't changed.
No. But it's because it gives us a deeper understanding of what all those roles do and how they actually connect together so that we can, wherever we are, figure out how to elevate those people around us so the whole thing is even better.
I love that.
Yeah, because then come grade 12, I was director. I didn't do any of that other stuff. I got to tell people what to do and how to do it well.
Excellent.
Because I learned how to do it in all the roles and understood how they worked well together. But that's exactly what you're doing with your speaking, Gary, is you're trying to tell people what's your message, what's the intention, what's the call to action, how do you get your body involved, how do you bring in that personal development and your past experience to make it all weave so nicely, and it's in this simple little box that people can just open it up and nibble it, and they now have it. Like a gift.
It's actually a very simple process. It's not so complicated at all. When we see that what drives us all, what has driven me to be creative, was it was pushed down. I was pushed into being a super intellectual, and I'm very bright. I was also a great athlete. In my high school, I went to a high school in New York City, Horace Mann private school, a very fine private school, intellectually challenging, and small school. At the end of the senior year, I received the headmaster award for the student with the greatest combination of athletic prowess and intellectual capabilities together. But I was shaking like a leaf. I couldn't own it back then. I was in that role. I did it, but I did it. Again, I was very much in more of an introverted part of my life. And Vandana, your question about how has this led to me doing what I'm doing now? It was perfect. By presenting all of this performance art, visual art, creative art, gymnastic, physical art, it made it so easy for me to help people who are mostly talking from the neck up to use the gestures, to use the whole body to show what we're telling. And it was a natural extension of my own performance, how to help people come unglued, to come unstuck from being buried in the landscape of our bodies. Now, this has been a great passion of my life.
I love the concept when you talked about choreographing your speech.
Yes.
I just think that's just so cool, and a lot of it's very well said, because
it's interesting that you pick that up, because in a short while, I don't know how much longer we're going to be talking here, but I imagine within the next 15, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. Yep. Perfect. Those who are listening and watching, viewing, experiencing what we're doing are going to have an experience of me answering questions similar to this. This is the interview, right? This is the interview that Corey gave. And his whole interest with me in the interview was, how do you do this on stage? How do you come across as confident and integrous and as you do? And a lot of what I had to say is, because of my springboard diving experience, and because I've learned how to navigate through space, and I've moved from one unknown place to the other in this life, New York, California, Hawaii, New Zealand, Australia, Bali, and Thailand, I've become a specialist in navigating and choreographing points on the online stage. In this corner, for those of you who are in whatever corner, if you're someone that wants to write a book, but you haven't put the ideas yet, here's some ideas for you. Oh, let's go back to those people that we're talking about who, those of you who are going to talk about writing a book. For those of you in this, so I keep using the choreographed placements of points on the stage. So whenever I go back to that point or that part of the stage, you, the audience, know what I'm going to say before I even open my mouth. So choreography is essential. It's magnificent when you don't have to think about playing the piano and reading the notes. It comes across by heart, by hand. It's beautiful.
Seems you have a fan there. So Sean says,
What's
hello
that?
all. I said, it seems you have a fan. Sean says, hello all. Dr. Gary is amazing. I love that.
Oh, right.
So Gary, you had mentioned, later in the interview, you're going to share. Well, we have about 10 minutes left. So I want to make sure that whatever it was that you wanted to share, whether it was your formula.
Yeah, there was one more thing I was going to share. And it was following your last point, Wendana. And that is this. When you saw me on stage, which you will see me in a few minutes, and also for the talk, Transforming Your Message with Your Body and Voice, my keynote, signature speech. That talk happened to be at the Churchill College at Cambridge University, and named after Winston Churchill. As it turns out, the synchronicity is fantastic. Winston Churchill was not always the best speaker in the world, as he became one of the best orators of the last century. Did you know that he stuttered, and he had to, when he developed his speeches, I have no idea how many hours he would spend to rehearse a speech. He would rehearse every thought, every word, every action that he would choreograph on stage before he presented his speeches. That's how focused, choreographed, consciously disciplined, joyfully disciplined he was to get his points across. I wanted to add that because what you may hear in this upcoming interview is about how natural and flowing I am, natural and flowing. Yet it's also from years and years and years and years and years of planning where to place the points in sacred places on the stage and even in the body, gestures that look like what I'm saying rather than just waffling on. So all of this is actually very well intentioned and pre-planned, even though it may look spontaneous. That's the secret to spontaneity, is planning it until you don't need to think about it anymore.
It's almost like sign language, isn't it? It's a way of communicating with your. I said it's almost like sign language. It's a way of communicating with your gestures.
It is sign language.
Yeah.
And it adds another layer to understanding communication. I have a hearing problem. I'm wearing hearing aids. I'm age 72. And part of, I believe, I don't know this for sure, but part of what I feel has been part of the driven nature behind my developing myself as a presentation coach is that I haven't been able to hear people's words by themselves. So part of my teaching, which is part of my listening and my learning and my healing, is to help people make pictures so every gesture literally makes sense, appeals to more senses than just the verbal and vocal, the visual coming in, the visual, vocal, verbal going together. So yes, it is absolutely every little movement, moment is a message. and it matters.
Love that. Love it. Just love it.
I like the whole makes sense part. And I don't mean like money sense. I know that's not what you meant,
No,
but like the senses. That I love that phrase. So Gary, when you said
it's
you're
it's
up
it's
for an interview, I'm assuming that that was the interview with you and Corey that is going to be launched
that's
later.
right.
Okay. Oh,
That's
now I get
that's
it.
that's what we're that's what it is. Yeah,
I was like, are you expecting another interview after this one?
that's what you're
Yeah.
about to see.
Oh, awesome. So I just want to make sure that we know where to find you, Gary. So where do we find you?
Okay. I'm going to verbalize it and then I can also put it in the chat. Will everybody be able to see it?
Yes. As long as you put it in the comments section, not our private chat.
Where is the comment section? I don't see it.
So if you go that way on our screen, then you'll see like a chat box, and then you'll see comments tab, banners tab, brand tab, and private chat. So if you click on comments, and you can post it in there.
I see display name. I don't see anything else.
Well, you don't see anything else?
No.
I can give you some links afterwards, Gary,
Okay.
and you can post it there if you want.
So I would give it to you afterwards.
Yeah, if you send me a messenger with your information, then I can put it in the comments.
Gary, you have to get out of full
And
screen mode. You
Oh,
have
is it full screen?
if you're in full screen mode, you won't see it.
okay,
So
so I think what I should do is I
That's fine.
already had someone ask me this question earlier today, and I gave them what I'm about to give to you, which I just found, and I can put it right here. This is all the different links, different things that I do, and how to reach me. Here we go. There, it's all on one page. If I put it with you in the studio, you can move it over later, right?
Yep, I can do that. But
Okay.
Gary, as
So
you're
you can
doing that,
take.
verbally tell us so that we know. We have about a minute left. I want to make sure people
Oh
know
my
where to find
goodness.
you.
So the way you would reach me is to write to Dr. Gary, Drgary, Dr.
Mm-hmm.
Gary at my presentation doctor.com, all spelled out. Dr. Gary at mypresentationdoctor.com. That's my website, mypresentationdoctor.com.
There you go.
And I also have drgary.club, drgary.club, and that will give you access to my YouTube channel, all the different things that I do. And I'll put these links in the chat so you can pass it on to others as well. Wonderful to connect with you all in this way. Even though I can't see you, I can feel your excitement, all of you. You're leaning forward a little bit more. You've got more energy than at the beginning of the show. Wonderful to meet you in this way.
Thanks so
so
much,
good,
Gary, and
Gary.
thank you for being so
Thank
playful
you.
with
Thank
me
you.
to make this work.
It's part of my nature.
Bye, Gary.
Bye.
So I have removed him off the screen, but I'm also going to hang up our audio call
Okay.
and shut off my headphones before I forget. Power off. You got to get the whole accent in there. I just
Yeah,
love it.
love it.
So our next guest is behind the scenes. Marty, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come up. Awesome. Right on time. Good to see you. Ooh, I love paintings. We're going to go there first. What is the painting behind you?
It is kind of a cityscape in the rain. Let me move a little bit
Ooh.
more.
Reminds me a little bit of like a little place in like France or something like that.
I've had several people go, "Oh, that looks just like Montreal or Paris," or yeah.
A little French. To
Little
it.
French.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, there you go.
If I didn't ask, then I was just going to be distracted by it the whole time. So,
That is fine.
so Marty, what I love to do, I am pronouncing your name correctly.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, Laura. Thank
Double
you.
checking. So, how I love to usually start off these interviews is I have this question that I ask everybody because I'm doing research. And I want people to get to know you before you tell us a whole lot about you. And this question really does tell us a lot about you. So, Marty, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Positive, empathetic,
Mhm.
and upbeat.
Beat.
Nice.
See? Okay. Wandana, I'm going to pick on you for a second.
Yeah.
What do you think about positive, empathetic, and upbeat with what we already know, which is basically nothing, of Marty?
I think that this is someone I want to hang out with. I feel the positive energy, and I just think that you'd be pretty dynamite to be around.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That just
Like-
made my whole week.
Aw.
Right? Because the question isn't about how we see ourselves. The question really is, how can we get the love and desire and appreciation and all of that that we want out of the words that other people describe us? And if those are the words that you want others to describe you as, Wandana just proved that we already feel that coming from you, which means you are living in that area of authenticity with those. So positive, empathetic, and upbeat. Why those words?
I just think those are the kind of people I like to hang around with. Those are who my friends are, and the people that when you walk away from, you feel better than when you first met them. You know, whether you went for a coffee or whether you met them through work, you walk out feeling energized rather than drained, because those draining people exist and they are out there.
Mm-hmm. It's true. I'm one of those people that I refuse to be around negative energy. You know, people who consider themselves victims all the time. And this whole positive energy is really what's gotten me through some pretty tough times.
Yeah, and people can all go through bad times. I mean, I
That's
think we
right.
have to respect everybody has bad times in their life, but it's how you deal with them and then how you move forward or stay stuck. I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about progress, right? All about moving forward.
Yes, yes, no matter what. And no matter what that looks like for you. Everybody's different. For some people it might be huge leaps, for some people it's going to be little tiny baby steps, but as long
Yep.
as you're making that forward progress, couldn't agree with you more that that's the way to go. Yeah.
Awesome. I love that. We're already in sync.
Yes.
So then, Marty, what we were doing with Dr. Gary, I'd like to do it slightly differently every time. But today is also Canadian Thanksgiving. So
It
I
is.
wanted, yeah, are you Canadian?
I am. I live in Texas, but I am Canadian. So I'm not, I live by myself, so I'm not cooking a whole turkey, but me and the dogs are having a roast chicken tonight.
All right.
Oh, nice. What part of Canada are you from?
My dad was RCMP, so we moved a lot. I was started out in Ottawa, and then we sort of moved west, and I ended up mostly living in Alberta and British Columbia for most of my life until I moved down here to Texas in 2002.
So no East Coast at all?
No, but I've been. I mean, I visited. But I would love to go to the East Coast and spend a month just traveling around, because especially this time of year, it is so beautiful.
You should see my tree in my backyard. Like the fall colors. Oh,
Where
I
are
love
you at,
watching the
Laura?
leaves fall. I'm in Truro now, in Nova Scotia.
Okay, great.
But I lived in Halifax for 19 years, but I'm actually from the country. So yeah, like half the province at this point. But yeah, you want to come to Nova Scotia? I got
would.
connections. We'll hook you up.
Yes.
Or you can PEI. Like where I'm from here in Nova Scotia is about a 10-minute drive to the ferry to go to PEI where Corey is.
Oh,
Oh,
So
great.
wow.
you were literally across the water. Yeah.
Isn't it funny how those connections sometimes work? You live so close to somebody and then you never met them. And then all of a sudden you're like, why didn't we connect before? So
I know. I love it. But actually, we did connect before this whole online thing. I know this isn't supposed to be about Corey, but this is how we all met. And I want to know your take on this. So I met Corey at a live event in Halifax, and he was the speaker, of course, because I was just starting my career at that point. And I sat front row, center to where he was standing while he was speaking. not center to where the podium was or center of the stage, center to where he was standing on purpose. So then he came up to me afterwards and was like, I've been watching you this whole time. Engage with me while being in the audience. How do you feel about meeting new people at events where you're speaking?
I love it. That is honestly, again, one of those really energizing things for me. When people come up and say that something I did got them thinking, or something I said was a unique way to approaching things, that feels, it feels like, I've made a connection, but it also feels like maybe I've made a difference in somebody's life. And I think as a speaker, that's hopefully what you're trying to accomplish. That again, could be those small things, or maybe it's a big thing. It doesn't have to be a huge, tectonic shift in their thinking, but even sometimes planting those little seeds when people walk away, those seeds start to grow. And that's, I think, the power of being able to speak.
Yeah. I knew that you were a speaker. I just assumed, because that seems like your personality type. So I want to get into the other side of this. The show is called Amplify Your Message. I want to know first off what your message is, and then we'll talk about the ways that you have decided, not Wanda and I, but you have decided to share your message. So first, what is your core message with people?
My core message is my tagline, and it is be your success.
Oh.
And you can define that however you want to. And I don't think anybody else should be defining it for you. But as long as you feel successful and you feel like you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're 100% doing what you need to keep doing.
I love that. Totally love that, because success is so different. And I have a success model that I've built, but what I was going to say is that it's cyclical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it keeps going. And so therefore, once you've had one success, it's not the end. Because I remember being asked this, and I remember thinking like, man, I would hate to think that I have arrived, like it's kind of a depressing thought, so
this is as good as it gets. Oh, I think I love that. And that's, I think, I'm 60, and I hope I'm not where I'm going to end up being. I want to keep, learning. I want to keep growing, and I want to keep adapting to what the world is bringing, because it's a very different world. Even than pre-COVID, it's a whole different world. So if we just sit where we are and go, oh, I'm good, I think we're already going backwards. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
I'm not good. I'm cold. I haven't turned the heat on yet, so it's cold in here.
Oh man. Oh, you must be cold.
Today's a cold day.
Yeah.
I think it's only like 7 degrees outside, and we have heat pumps, but only 2, and this room doesn't have one. So I would have had to heat up the house all morning in order for it to heat up in here enough to maybe last an hour. So I had a heating pad, which is now cold, and now I have a fuzzy blanket.
Take care of yourself.
I know. Well, usually I like to have a bucket with sand underneath my desk for those days where I'm just here for so long, and it grounds me and it distracts me. But my feet are cold, so I have 2 pairs of socks on.
That is such a cool idea, though, Laura.
Yeah, you want to see my box? Okay, sorry. You want to see my box of sand?
Sure.
It's like one of those like foot bath kind of boxes. I keep cardboard in it because I have cats.
I was going to say, my cats might be very attracted to that.
I know, right? But it's like soft and dry. You can't have it wet at all. So then it's only got about 1.5 inches of sand in it. And the rest of it, because I move it with my feet all the time, I like cover one foot and then I cover the other foot and then I dig my toes in, because I need that grounding. So I make sure that I always have it because it feels so good. So good.
I love that
a great idea. So I love that too. Yeah.
But it just looks like a litter box.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So, okay, you told us about your core message. I didn't even put it away properly, but whatever. You told us about your core message. I'm now a ghost. Can you tell us the ways in which you love to share that message? So we did talk about speaking a little, but Are you a writer? Do you write music? Do you podcast? Like, tell us what's up.
I am a podcast host, so I have my own podcast. It's called The D Shift: Redefining Divorce and Beyond, because my job is being a divorce coach. I work with. I just had a book come out on what is this on last Tuesday,
You have
called
it?
yeah, From I Do to I'm Done: A Woman's Guide to Preparing for
Oh, I
Divorce.
love that. Love
So
it.
that
Great
went out on
title.
Amazon, and I'm working on my next book, which is a collaboration with other women who have gone through divorce to
Yeah.
share how they made that transformation after the divorce to create the life they wanted to live. And it's going to be called The Other Side of Divorce. And then I'm working on a third book right now about how to have better, more effective communication.
Ooh.
Wow. Doesn't sound
I'm
like you're
hoping
busy
it's
at all.
Well, it's not like I work on them 24/7. You know, you work for a little bit,
Yeah.
then you take a break. I'm really fortunate. I live out in the country in Texas on a small farm. I have my horses, I have my donkey, I have in the past, I don't have any right now, but I have chickens. Those are coming again next week. And so I work for a while, and then I go walk outside and play with animals for a while, and then
Love
I
it.
come back in. So kind of like your box of sand, but a little more mobile.
At some point, I really want to know what took you down to Texas. We don't have to talk about it now because I think Laura has a couple of questions, but I really want to know.
Okay, see if you can weave that. We're just going to challenge you, Marty.
Okay.
Weave that into the ways that you share your message.
Okay, well, I can. I went through a divorce in Canada that wasn't a positive experience. And so when I had the opportunity, when I met somebody, it happened to be somebody who lived in Texas. And we actually met talking about horses. And so my husband, my guy I was dating at that time, had a 12-year-old son. So it didn't make sense to move them from Texas to Canada. I did not have children. So it was easier for me to move down to Texas. So that's why I did in 2002. I brought my horses and packed my truck and
Wow.
moved down here.
Wow.
So that was it. And so sharing, I think now I'm talking about sharing my message, but I went from being a teacher and a behavior consultant in Canada. I moved down here and I really wanted to do something different. I had been a family and divorce mediator in Canada. So I started doing that. And I loved doing the mediation work because I got to talk about communication. I got to talk about conflict resolution. Then from there, I went into the executive coaching and then into the divorce coaching. And I just feel like every step that I take is just allowing me to get connected with people that really need the kind of support that I can offer. And I am blessed with the most wonderful clients. They are all very successful, very accomplished, mostly women. I work mostly with women, and they are attempting to work through the family court system, which is a nightmare. Even in the best of times, it's a nightmare. They're working through that, but they really want to make a difference, mostly for themselves and for their children. So they're looking for ways to reduce the conflict, reduce the costs, and then to be able to impact other women. So I see it's kind of a ripple effect. I work with one person who maybe then talks to a friend and says, hey, have you thought about this? And, so it ripples out. And I think the message is getting spread. And there's a lot of other divorce coaches that are doing the same thing. And I think that those, it's just a vibration. We've talked about this, an energy that we need to change, that divorce has to be this horrible thing. And, yes, all you can do is control yourself. You can't control what your partner's going to do. But if you take the high road and follow a good model, you're doing so much for your children. You really are. And for yourself, because you come through the divorce, you don't feel guilty. You don't feel bad. You don't have to feel ashamed. You're just able to move forward with your life. So that's,
angry,
I think,
for that matter, or angry, I was saying.
Yes, angry. And I had a lady come on my podcast who was just fantastic. And she said, you need to get better, not bitter, when you go through the divorce. And I just thought that was
Love
a great. So
Yeah.
that's not mine, but that's hers. But I really thought that was a great way to put it.
Love it.
I can't tell you how many people I watched get super bitter,
Yeah.
like nitpicking everything. And when unfortunately sometimes you're in the middle of that dynamic of relationships, you're like, how do I fit myself in a way that doesn't harm anybody, I guess, in the process?
Right.
Because you don't want to enable somebody's bad habits or toxic behaviors. Remember,
Mhm.
not toxic people, toxic behaviors,
Mhm.
especially when kids are involved.
Mhm.
Right.
Like I watched family with kids get divorced and then them talk bad about each other
Yeah.
when
Mhm.
there was so many good things that was also going on. Yes,
Right.
there's bad things. That's kind of obvious. We all get it. The kids are old enough to know. But why is it always that that's spoken about? Why can't we also have that? What did you say? Bitter to better?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
can't we talk about how they have also bettered their lives?
Right.
Mhm.
So that instead of focusing on all the bad stuff and maybe creating trauma where they didn't have to be any,
Mhm.
we can have that kind of balance
Mhm.
and a better perspective on how to move forward.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
That I think that, and I think there's a shift now.
Mm.
There was a time, I mean, let's face it, it wasn't too long ago where there wasn't any kind of uncontested divorce option. Basically, you had to prove your spouse was abusive, crazy, inappropriate, had an affair. You had to prove that stuff to get a divorce. Now it's basically, just irreconcilable differences is all that needs to exist
Oh.
to get a divorce, which is, I think, making some changes in this, because I do think there's less conflict.
Yeah.
Although, Laura, with all due respect, I believe there are toxic people, especially when you're talking people that are just intentionally using the legal system to abuse the other partner, to drag them back and forth to court, financial and legal abuse,
Mhm.
narcissistic behaviors. And I know that's a word that gets thrown around a lot, but
Yeah.
whether they're just toxic or whether they're cluster B personality disorders, they
Mhm.
walk among us and they really cause havoc wherever they go. So, but yeah, I think unless you're dealing with those extreme cases, there's obviously the chance to create that more positive experience for both of you as adults, but particularly for any little kiddos that are in the family,
I'm gonna
or
I'm gonna
older kiddos.
I'm just going to call this out for a moment because I love when there's different perspectives because we're doing it in such a fun and loving way to each other. The reason why I say that is because I work a lot with emotions behind
Mhm.
people's stories. So I see that unfortunately they tend to do those behaviors because there's some sort of emotional need that's not met. And so
Mhm.
I'm practicing not being angry at these people, even though it's so freaking easy. Um, but just to kind of give them that understanding that there's lots that I don't know about. There's lots of crap that
Oh,
happened in their lives, which led to this behavior, and that is all toxic. But
right.
if they had that love and if that need was filled and they stopped those behaviors, that person themselves is not toxic. And so
Right.
that's for me, why I kind of make that distinction in my realm of communication, but I completely agree where you are, why you would say it that way.
But I
Love
do
it.
I do really agree with you. I
Yeah.
believe that there's a lot of research now about how these people get this this attachment disorder because of how they were parented,
Mhm.
particularly
Yeah.
mothers,
Mhm.
that parented in really abusive and neglectful ways. So I get all of that, and I do understand where you're coming from, that if we could go back in time and recreate that
Mhm.
loss or that wounding that these people experienced at a very young age,
Mhm.
they would not be using the behaviors that they are today.
Yeah.
And I get that. But the fact that they recognize these behaviors are damaging their own families and they continue to use them,
Yeah.
that I can't excuse that,
Yeah.
but I
No.
can understand where it came from. And you are right. There is no point in getting angry with them, because it's not something that they can just change.
Yeah.
It sounds
So
like a mental health issue.
it
Yeah.
is. It's a DSM-5 diagnosis. and there's a certain criteria they have to meet. The problem is these are not the people that would ever go in for treatment.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Typically, they're treatment adverse.
Almost never.
So,
Yeah.
but I completely agree with you that if we could do over their childhood,
Yeah.
they probably would not be exhibiting those same toxic
Yep.
behaviors that they are now.
Yep. See, I want to highlight this for people watching because look, slight bit of conflict and yet full of love, full of understanding. And this was lovely. Like, I love it. Thank you, Marty.
Oh, thank you. And I really am gonna think about that one because I think it's too easy to stop to label. I try to work with all my clients. Don't ever label. Don't use those terms in the court. They don't want to hear them, and it
It's so
doesn't do any
overused.
good. It doesn't do any
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Marty, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you work with or partner with a lot of lawyers?
Ooh.
I do. I don't partner with them. I get referrals from them because, and here's the, I guess, a little bit of a caveat with divorce coaching. Lawyers are privileged, which means whatever you talk to your lawyer about, it's confidential and the
Right.
lawyer doesn't have to disclose that. Coaches do not have privilege. So I could be subpoenaed to talk about anything that the client talks to me about. Doesn't very often happen because I don't keep notes, because I don't need to, because this is really, as coaching, I am serving my clients. I'm not providing them legal advice. I don't tell them anything what they should do in their legal case. So to keep it clean, typically the lawyers don't include the coaches in the conversations or don't necessarily even need to know what I'm doing as a coach because I'm helping my clients manage their emotions, deal with the conflict, maybe become more effective at communicating, and maybe preparing for mediation, not getting triggered when they're talking to their partner. That's more of the role that I play as the divorce coach. The legal stuff is handled by the lawyers. I don't. Same with the financial stuff. I mean, I can help people do a basic budget, but I refer my clients to a certified divorce financial analyst if they're talking about any financial stuff because, hey, not my lane. So, but I do get a lot of referrals from attorneys, which
It'd be
is
really good if there was like a one-stop shop, you know?
it
like-
would be.
This is the divorce collective, you know?
Ooh, Marty,
There-
that's a future.
There are, you know
partnership.
what, there are a couple of organizations that do that. So I belong to one of them called the National Association of Divorce Professionals. And it is a collective of basically everybody that you would need to work with, from realtors that are trained in helping couples going through a divorce get rid of their property to or buy property, to financial analysts, coaches, and attorneys. In another group I belong to is called Divorce Girls Smiling, which is the same thing. It's a one-stop shop where you can go check out all kinds of vetted professionals. It's so I think it's a concept that is starting to kind of evolve because it does take a team to go through a divorce.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the message that I'm getting.
What about the support side of like the friends and family just sending love?
Yes. Yeah. And sometimes, it's funny. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but there's this phenomenon that happens around divorce. I call it the contagion phenomenon, where you're going through a divorce and all of a sudden your friends just start distancing themselves from you because it's almost like if your marriage is shaky, what about mine? And so people tend to actually move away from people going through a divorce, or they become friends with him and not her, or her and not her, or him and not him, whatever the relationship may look like. So there's a lot of lack of just family and friend support for people. And I think as a family or a friend, we need to step up and do a little better on that ourselves.
It's funny because I also think that there's this kind of uneasiness with let's say you have a friend getting divorced, and perhaps it's not a close friend, but it feels like you need to give them space. So it feels uneasy to kind of jump on them or jump too close. if they don't want it. So I don't know. I just it's not just about taking sides, but it's about having that discomfort with treading on, like sacred ground, so to speak.
I think that's very true as well. And one of the things that I try to work with people on is to recognize that divorce is a grieving process, because you're getting, you're losing the dream of the future, whatever that may look like for you. That's all that's all going to change in a matter of months for you, and you may not want that change. That's the other thing, right? There's not always, but typically in a divorce there's somebody who wants it and somebody who doesn't, and the person who wants it is always going to get what they want, and the person that wants to stay together is typically going to end up feeling that they were betrayed through the legal system, that, and maybe they have strong religious beliefs, and that's a concern for them going through the divorce. So I think you're absolutely right that maybe the best we can do is just like we would do if somebody lost, a spouse or family members, just to say, I'm here for you. Let me know if I can, let me know how I can help.
Yeah, I liken it to that a lot. A lot of the time, it's like you're going through a grieving, right?
It is, yeah.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So does all of this messaging with divorce, because we could talk about that a lot. I mean, a lot. Did that work lead you into this core message around success? Or did you just notice that they were linked and you're like, hey, let's just also talk about this too?
I think, that the message about be your success really came prior to this. And I was an executive and leadership coach for quite a few years. I did a lot of speaking. I did a lot of work with school systems and corporations on training around conflict management, anti-bullying, that sort of thing. And I think that we get, the whole thing, like I said before, we get so hung up on success is a university degree, being married, 2.5 kids, the beautiful house, driving the latest car, the latest iPhone, checking all those boxes. And that's not what success really is at least I don't feel it is. Success to me is really waking up every morning and feeling I'm right where I need to be. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm grateful for what I have, rather than, trying to check off some arbitrary list. So I think the be your success existed before that. And then over time, it just made sense that's also what we're trying to do when we go through a divorce, right? We want to be successful. We want to get rid of something that's not working in our life and moving into something that is. So that's kind of an evolution, I guess. So maybe you're right. Maybe was it the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart? I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. But I think it applies both sides. So
it really does. It's like, I figured you knew that there was a connection, but I don't always know that the audience knows that there's a connection. I just love how we have one career and then we have a different career with a whole different message. And when you just look at it on paper like that, it feels like they're two completely different things. Whereas once you get into the story, once you get some of the history, you're like, oh, I completely see how they're connected.
Right.
Yeah. My first thought was you worked with a lot of successful people going through their divorces, and that they really needed to redefine what success was for them to be able to work through this divorce, so that they found themselves and what that meant, and it felt good again. Yeah.
And
you're telling me it went the opposite way.
Well, yeah, it did, but it didn't. Now, and I think that's the thing. Divorce can be really freeing. Like, there are people who go through this and come out and do like an amazing thing, and whatever that looks like. I have some people who define amazing as they spend more time with friends and family that they couldn't when they were in their marriage. I have one lady that went through a divorce who I just think she's fantastic. She went back and got her doctorate when she was like 75 years old. She went back and got her
Wow.
doctorate because she had never been able to do it because her spouse was not supportive of that. So that was her goal when she got her divorce, was to do that. And to me, that's the power of being your success. Doing what, like I say, whatever that is, whether it's you spend more time on self-care, or maybe you go to the gym more often. It can be little or it can be big, but it's got to be meaningful for you.
What is meaningful for you, Marty?
For me, I want, like I said, I know that I want to be able to positively impact people, but I also want to be able to travel, which I love doing, and I've had the opportunity to do that. I want to be able to, like I said, set my own schedule, do my own thing. I work from home, so it is great. I can take breaks. I can run my own schedule. And I think for me, it is also having that ability to support others. And, over the years, I've really come to appreciate other women and men that I've had the opportunity to network with and get to know, and being able to support them when they're trying something new or innovative or different in their career. I just think that's really energizing for me as well. So I love doing that kind of thing.
It's very cool.
I've been thinking about the idea of success and what that means to me, along with the conversation of legacy and what that means to me. Because there's so many things that happen in our lives where it just shakes up what we thought was comfortable, what we thought that we wanted, just like all the checking of the boxes. Sorry, I like blew out my candle and I didn't want it smoking. So we're just gonna talk with the hand. I checked all the boxes. I thought I wanted this. I thought I wanted that. And when I had all those boxes checked, when I think about it now, that is probably the second worst time of my life.
That's right.
At first, I was too young to have any of those things, but as an adult, it was the worst time of my life. But yet I had all the boxes checked.
Right.
So then what does that mean? It really makes you question.
It does, because it's kind of like this void all of a sudden opens up in front of you, because it's like, what do I do now?
Exactly. Now what?
Yeah.
Now what? And we all get to that stage, right? Like we all get to a certain age and stage where we go like, okay, I've been there, done that. Now what? It just kind of, I went through it. So, for me, things got boring and things got, just the passion and the love and the interest just wasn't there. And I'm like, okay, that means I got to do some work on myself.
Yeah.
So, which I did. It was
I
awesome.
think that's the thing. Yeah. When you wake up in the morning and you don't feel passionate about what you're doing, you need to do something. You need to do something quickly, because I think you're not helpful to people anymore. You're not authentic. You're not engaged. You're not actually, you don't actually care. That's, at least when I was in that stage, it was like, okay, I just don't care. Whatever happens, fine, because I don't care. And I don't ever want to be like that.
I think that's actually a depressed state.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a scary place to be for a lot of people. It's very lonely.
Yep.
And I think that, as you said, we need to just keep moving forward. Like you need to take some action, whatever it is. And I was just going to say one thing, and I know, Laura, you're waiting to jump in.
No, go ahead.
The one thing I was going to say is, in my mind, and I don't know if you feel the same way, and this is having, taught it as well, and that whole model is that whatever the success is that's personal to you, that's unique to you, is irrelevant to the process. Because it's your definition, it's your thing, and you're going to work to achieve whatever the next iteration is. But the process is the consistency that you move through. So I don't know. I wanted to throw that out there and, gauge your reaction.
I actually really resonate with that. That makes a lot of sense to me. because it's interesting. One of the first things that my clients come to me with the first session, they start telling me the whole history of their marriage from the first date. And I'll just go, stop. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I need to know where you are today and where you, and sometimes people are like, I don't say it quite like that. Like I don't say, I don't care. I just say, that's not relevant. That's history. We can't change that. So let's start with the present and move forward. But you're right. I love that idea that it's the process that's consistent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what my first thought was, Marty. No, but all of that gives you context for what is today. I know, but we don't need it.
We really don't. And I
No.
think, that's the beauty of coaching as opposed to therapy. Like and both are great. Don't get me wrong, but that's the difference. That therapy looks at the past and then uses that to create, future change. Whereas coaching starts with today and where do you want to go from here? At least that's my simplified version of the difference between therapy and coaching. But I really do appreciate that it's the process that's consistent.
Yeah. That's what you teach, right? That's what you take people through. So
one of my favorite analogies is using like a Google Maps search. Sorry. My phone is like, yes. It's so helpful, but also inappropriate sometimes. It's the map search, so she doesn't get involved again. Where you say, I want to go to Paris, since your painting is about Paris, and that's usually the example I use. But then they want to know, well, where are you starting from? It doesn't need to know you have a blue Cape Cod house on a lake with a boat. It doesn't need any of that. It just needs to know what street, what number. It doesn't need all the other stuff that we love to put in there. Nope, just the bare bones basics. Same thing with the emotional journey that I talk about a lot. It's like, I don't need to know the story. It's helpful to kind of get you to that point of being able to pinpoint an emotion. But if you can tell me the emotion that you were feeling in that deepest, darkest, most horrible struggle moment that is part of your story of why you do what you do, then I don't have to know the rest in order to tell you what it is that you actually want, which is the opposite emotion, right? And then we can create a story around that. So just like in marketing, Wandana, and I know, Marty, you kind of have that understanding too, we don't need your whole backstory. We just need the one thing that you don't want, so we know what it is that you actually want, because what you say you want is never what you actually want. And then from there, we just build on what you actually want.
Right.
Why waste our time in an area where we don't have to?
Yeah.
I'm going to take a minute and go clean my fingers because I don't want to wipe it on anything. I'll be right back.
We shall continue.
I know.
I really like that Google Map thing. I think I'm going to use that with clients. That's a really good one.
It's really cool because it's about navigating, right?
Yeah.
It's that's kind of what came to me, the word that came to my mind, and I really like it too. I think that's a great analogy. It's funny because as we were talking, I was thinking, success is so much a mindset than it is just from going from point A to point B. At the end, it's almost like you're creating your little brand.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, it's all about the emotion that you feel when you go through this process. And that's what people are trying to get to, whether it's peace or whether it's excitement or whether it's accomplishment or, whatever it is that they want to feel. So I feel like the emotional side, is just so critical.
Absolutely. And I love that. I love the mindset shift thing. I work with a lot of my clients on that mindset shift, because there's so many things, and not to be totally a feminist here, but I think there's so many mindsets that women don't move easily into certain mindsets. Like I've noticed, like scarcity mindset. I think most of us as women are kind of in that scarcity mindset. Like whatever you guys need, just take it. I'll deal with whatever's left over, whether that's my energy, my money, my time, whatever.
Yeah.
And I think we're expected to do that, right? What do we hear? Moms care about their kids first. Well, moms have to be healthy before they can help their kids be healthy. We don't. So I think that mindset shift is one of the toughest ones.
There's a funny expression that I heard, and I want to make sure I do it justice, but it's something like a husband saying about his wife. He's saying, I love my wife's personality because, I can choose whatever I want. There's she's got 10 of them. Which I find so funny because it's so true. We've all got so many different personalities within us.
I
Absolutely.
wouldn't necessarily call it a personality, and more like the hat that I'm currently wearing, because you need that side of me.
It's just the expression that guy used. It's not the truth.
I know.
But the concept is very funny to me. It's she's got 10 of them. So
I think my husband said something similar about me a couple months ago. Oh, it's sad, but yes. I love this. So Marty, I want to make sure that we know where to find you. We have about 3 minutes left. Yeah. Where do we find you, and what is your favorite way to communicate?
Probably the best way is to reach out to me through the website, which is www.divorcecoach4, that's the number 4, women.com. I also have another website that's old, but it's going back up, where I'm going to be working with both women and men in divorce over there. And that's going to be www.poscs.com. That stands for Positive Communication Systems, which is my company name. And you are always more than welcome to listen in to the podcast. It's on all the platforms. It's called The D Shift, Redefining Divorce and Beyond.
Love it. Carve quite a niche for yourself. I love that. Thank
you. It's like I said, every morning I get up and I just all right, bring on my clients. I want to talk to them. I can't say enough about my clients. They're fantastic. So that's always a nice thing to be able to say and do. And like I said, I really love what I do, and I love talking about it. So thank you both for having me on the show. This has been really enjoyed our conversation.
Me too.
So you have about a minute left. I want to make sure we use every minute, Marty, because I'm loving it. If there was something that you could just snap your fingers and do or have or be, what might that be?
For other people, and this is...
Oh, no. This is for you.
Oh.
Loving finger waggle.
That I could have or do or be.
Yep, for you.
I would like to be able to spend time both in Canada and the United States throughout the year, on a regular basis, rather than just visiting family up in Canada and living in the States. I would like to make that more equal.
Oh, like a
wow.
Rental. And for other people, I would like to make sure that everybody that works in the family court system has to be trauma informed. That's the other thing I would like to do.
Huge. That's huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's doable. That's not like genie in a bottle, rub a lamp kind of thing. That's doable.
It's just getting the different organizations to agree that must be mandatory training. And I think it's moving that direction. So that's good.
That's really
I have been seeing that. Because I have another friend who's currently going through a divorce. They're separated, but they have somebody new in their lives, and they're like, well, I'm thinking about actually making this legal divorce now.
Right.
Because they've just been afraid to have that conversation because they know where it's going to go and they don't like it. So,
yeah.
Well, hopefully always stay optimistic. I always tell people, look for the best in people, plan for the worst, look for the best, right?
From bitter to better.
All the time. Oh my God, that's so funny. Hope for the best and plan for the worst.
Exactly. That's an even better. As a matter of fact, I think that's the one that I usually say. Sometimes I just blurt out things and then I think, is that really what I always say?
So true.
So our next guest isn't here yet. I'm just going to check some messages. You are more than welcome to stay a few more minutes if you want, Marty. And Wandana, you can have fun with her while I just double check emails. I know, right?
fun with Marty.
I'm up to it, Wandana. Let her rip.
Okay. So I'm going to give you 3 words.
Okay.
And I want you to tell me what you think of each one.
Okay.
Curiosity, deliberate, or
Okay,
being
okay.
deliberate,
Okay.
and humor.
Great words, all of them, I think. I think curiosity is the key to growth. So if you're not curious, you just sit around and like, well, whatever is whatever. I love it when people go, why? That to me is a big question. I love that. Being deliberate is actually something my dad, I told you this, my dad was our CMP, right? So we were very deliberate. Like we were very planned. We were very organized. We had a routine for everything. And I had to learn to be less deliberate, like be a little more spontaneous.
Mm.
But it's still important to be that. And humor, I love humor. If people aren't funny, I'm sorry, I'm not with you.
Yeah.
So I love people that I can laugh with. I love people that are willing to, laugh at themselves.
Mhm.
And not be so serious and not be so making mountains out of molehills. Just enjoy life, because it's those good moments that you can look back on when you're going through some crappy days and go, yeah, that was fun. And those relationships were like that. So humor is important for me.
It's so funny because I had a pretty serious medical issue recently, and I just have to tell you that I was not in a condition where I knew anything that was going on, and my husband, who was with me, and the kids were with me too, but my husband decides that he's going to go meet a friend for lunch, and in the meantime, my mother-in-law is freaking out, calling my eldest daughter, saying, "Oh my God, what's happening? They're moving mom, like mom's moving, like and and she's just going nuts. It's like, okay, now I can see her. She basically was tracking my phone, and my husband had my phone.
Oh,
She thought that I had left the hospital and gone to the mall.
no. Oh my God.
So even in the most tragic situations, there's always humor. So I agree with that.
I love it. So I'm sorry to interrupt. This has been an absolute delight. Our next guest is behind the scenes now.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you so much, Marty.
Thank you both. I've really enjoyed this conversation, and it's a great way to start out my week. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Us too. It was awesome. And
Thank
keep in touch, Marty.
Wonderful. I certainly will. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, reach out to me if I can anytime.
Sure.
Will do. Awesome.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So Dr. Angeline is in our backstage. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. No, I just meant like a physical one, but I'm guessing you can.
I didn't know if you could see me. I'm like, what she want me to do?
Just because sometimes you never know, like you might have last minute lipstick on your teeth, or maybe your hair is
That's what I
puffy.
was sitting here going.
See? So for the ladies especially, I make sure it's like, are you good? Are you camera ready? Because sometimes there was a couple times where they weren't quite ready. Like there was a phone call or a conversation in the background that wasn't quite live appropriate.
Oh.
So,
Whoa. Okay.
So
nope.
you
And
just
I already
make
put
the
my
ask.
phone. Let me make sure I
Oh.
did. I put it on silent. Yes.
Yes. I actually mute one of my conversations on top of putting my phone on silent
Mhm.
because we have this friend group thing and we're all gamers and we just send gifts to each other all day long.
Mhm.
So it's just going to keep dinging. It's like, no.
No, I told most of them not at this time. Do not send me anything. Not at this time. So
What doesn't
they
work
pretty
in
much
group
know.
chat.
Mhm. Yes.
So Dr. Angeline, am I saying your name correctly?
Angeline Dean. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, Angeline.
Mhm.
Ooh, okay. And I love that it rhymes. As soon as I saw
Do you
your
know how
name,
much I hear about this all the time, Laura? Like you
I
gotta
bet you
fool
do.
me.
I just want to say it over and over again. Angeline. Okay.
I'm cool with it. Put it in the atmosphere. Hey.
So I like to start off every interview with one of my favorite questions because one, it's research. Two, we get to learn a lot about who you are before you ever tell us anything about who you are. So when
Okay.
you're ready, I'd love to ask.
Okay.
Oh, I just moved all my windows. That's fine. I can see my spreadsheet. I'm writing them down now. So, Dr. Angeline, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Authentic, transparent,
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
And caring.
Caring.
Mhm.
Aw. See? And then last time we played an extra little game where I was like, hey, Wandana, you don't know anything about our guest.
Oh my gosh! Don't do that to me again.
No, I was
Actually,
going to
it's
change
okay.
it up.
It's fine if you want to do it. That's
No,
fine.
no. I see.
I'm
That's
just
the
giving you a
thing.
hard
We
time.
don't know everybody that we're interviewing, or
I
maybe
know.
we know of you but have never met you before, right? It's just
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
So when you say authentic, transparent, and caring, I don't know anything
Mhm.
about you. I
Mhm.
just saw your name like 3 days ago and sent you a random email with a link in it. I'm glad you checked your email. No.
Yes.
But it's like so far, just the energy that you bring to our conversation, I can feel that that's there. When you're saying that you want people to see you as authentic, like these are the values that you have for yourself as well as the values that you have for other people. I love that second part, the transparent, because I don't hear that one often. Authentic, I hear a lot. A lot. I can't say that enough. A lot. But
Mm-hmm.
transparent, that's a unique one. I really like that one. Why do you want to be seen as transparent?
So a lot of what I write about, a lot of my work is around race. And so I do a lot of race conversations, right? So I also
Mhm.
talk about what it's like to be a proud descendant of those who were royally enslaved. And in this work, oftentimes, as a Black woman, we're erased, right? We're not seen.
Yep.
And so, transparent, I'm showing up. You can see right through, you can see me, first of all.
Okay,
And
good.
then, second of all, you can see right through me and who I am, and that what I say, I mean what I say, I'm going to do, I strive hard to do.
Mm,
And most of my friends will say, what you see is what you get.
yeah.
Can
Mhm.
I ask a question?
Absolutely.
In
No.
your yeah, no, you know, as soon as you said it, I was thinking about it, but I was trying to figure out a way not to interrupt. But in your mind, I mean, obviously, I know the dictionary definitions, but in your mind, what is the difference between authenticity and transparency?
Ooh, mhm.
Great question. Authenticity to me is I'm authentic in what I say, and that's what I'm going to do. Transparent for me is just like, it's really for me about being seen. This whole thought process of being seen. Authentic, um, you see me as far as my character, you see me as far as my what I say and what I do. But something about transparency for me, when I show up, you see right through me. You see me, first of all, and then you can see right through everything. And I love being transparent because, again, I'm going to say what it is that I need to say. I am a born disruptor. I'm proud of it. I am. I'm proud of it. And I know sometimes that makes people nervous.
Yeah.
And that's why I also said caring, because I
Ah.
do know I've been in situations. I'm known as radical. I'm okay with that as well. I'm also at times known as the angry Black woman. I'm okay with that as well.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that because I am angry about some things, and
Mhm.
it's okay for me to be the angry Black woman. And I'm not going to allow people. And in my transparency, I show up authentically. In my
Mhm.
transparency, I say what I mean and I mean what I say. In my
Mhm.
transparency, if I'm disrupting you, it is intentional. It's intentional.
Mm.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of it is you trying to get your authenticity and message across non-verbally with that transparency. You're just like, you see so much of who I am and how I show up that I don't have to use the words, that you know what's coming before I even open my mouth.
Absolutely. And I
Yeah.
have had people say it. As soon as you walked in the room, I knew something. And I'm like, okay. I don't always ask, what did you know? Because I don't know what I want to know.
Oh, that's a dangerous
That's a
question.
smart move. Smart move.
Yes. So, okay. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So then, Dr. Angeline, I'm saying it correctly, correcting myself. Awesome.
Mhm.
There are many different ways to share your message, and I want to get into that. But to make sure we really understand you and your message, can you kind of give us like this nice little box of what your core message is?
What my core message is, it evolves around holism and holistic, right? But not with a H, with a W.
Yeah.
And I believe that we all come here with purpose.
Mm-hmm.
We're all striving to look for our purpose. But I think sometimes we're looking so hard that we may miss it. And and so my core message is to be in a space where I can add to holistic values, transformative values, and creating not always a safe space, because the word safe is relative.
Yes.
So creating a brave space where we can all be humans, and HUE men's can also be a part of that space.
Oh, I just got it. I don't know why that was delayed understanding, but oh my God, I love that. The HUE for hue, I'm taking that as the color of your skin.
Mhm.
Ideally, I've always wanted like a light purple skin, but as a human being that just looks funny. Because I'm a gamer, so I play a lot of like Avatar type.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
I've always wanted lilac purple skin.
You can't be Avatar, man.
I know. Then that movie came out, and I was like, I don't know if I want purple skin anymore. Because then Thanos came out. I was like, well, no, I don't want to be evil.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll stick with my own.
Okay.
Complete with freckles and redness, because I laugh and love so much.
Good. Yeah.
But no,
I can tell. I can feel your bubbly. Yeah, I can feel it. Mm-hmm.
On a normal day, I'm generally, I want to say stable. That's a horrible word. More neutral, I guess. But then like these conversations are so much fun because then I get to know other human beings who don't live the life that I live. That's exciting to me because it helps me understand myself better and how I fit into the world and how you fit into the world and Wandana fits into the world. Because then just as we mentioned with Marty earlier, like how does it all mesh together? Same thing with Dr. Gary too. We're here together, that wholeness that you just talked about. How does that work? How do I make that better?
And then how do we disrupt some of these policies? How do we disrupt mindsets? How do we dismantle some of these things, right? And so for me, I also, part of my message, especially looking at it from the United States, is this whole pathology of the plantation. And so that's what constantly fuels me. When you ask me about my message, that's what constantly fuels me, because I see so much of it is still alive today. Even though people say, oh, that was back then, but it's not. There's policies, there's procedures. The prison system itself is labor, it's plantation, and it's in the policy of the 13th Amendment where it's still legal. So a lot of people don't understand, we talk about the different intersections and intersectionality. My work talks about interconnectionality. So again, back to what you said, how we are all connected, but then how also all of these systems are connected in a space to keep certain groups divided.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you, Angeline, what did you say about it's still legal? What's still legal?
So enslavement. So the 13th Amendment basically says that you are quote unquote free unless you are incarcerated. So if you read that, there's a small clause that still basically positions incarcerated bodies as labor, as enslavement, right? So if you look at it, they're not paying them really any money. If they get paid $1 for what they do an hour, that's enslavement. You have places where we just talked about this over the weekend, where in California, they trained some of the justice impacted individuals, and they're doing the work as firefighters. But yet when they're released, they can't have a job as a firefighter because of their record. You have some places where because you have been imprisoned, you can't vote. You've done your time, right? And so why is that? And then when we look at the disparity of who is locked up, it's Black and brown people. And so if you look deeper into the cases and even seeing in the policies, crack versus cocaine, who's getting this amount of sentencing and who's not. If you look at also the policies that were put in basically urban, right? And urban is that word that means Black and brown pretty much. And if you look at the different policies that are set in place for those areas, you don't find those same policies in other places where white folks live. So so I talk about it in my work. I showcase that in my work. We go over all kinds of policies. The war, what is it? The war on drugs. Like I can go on and on and on with policies and how communities were targeted. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot. I grew up in more so in the South, and that sort of that whole era is fascinating to me, and it's almost nostalgic, because there's so much change that happened, so much uprising, so many stories of people's lives that were changed or impacted because of some of the policies that were changed. So it's very interesting for me to hear what you're saying right now. It's just an ignorance on my part, really. I mean, I'm just unaware.
Well, and so many people are. I'm sorry. Oh, I was going to say, so many people are, because even when you look now at the ban the books, why are you banning certain history? Yeah. Why are you teaching people that it was good for Black people to be enslaved? I'm like, according to who? Yeah, some books, they're not even called. First of all, I'm big on language as well. So I don't use the word slaves because that's non-human. They were enslaved, which brings them to a space of humanity and puts the onus back on the people who made them that way, right? And so when you say it was nostalgic, I'm looking at it from the aspect of all the horrors that have happened then. I always say the blood still speaks, right? Their blood still speaks. And I see it in the uprisings. I see it in the conversation sometimes. I see it in this election that's coming up. So it's scary. It's scary.
I didn't want to interrupt. But what I was going to say is that the people who led the conversations, making an assumption at that point, tended to be more of the whites. And then they were okay with using that language and talking about enslavement. I'm going to use your words. Thank you. I love when we better the language. But now it's more hush hush. They're doing a better, worse job of hiding it so that people just don't even know anymore. They're like, oh no, that's part of the past. That's part of the past. It's all in the past. When really they just put a door, they put a wall. There's no windows anymore. And until somebody like you, Dr. Angeline, comes and says, no, we've seen on the other side. We go back and forth. Like it's still there. And some people have the walls built around them and they just grow up that way. They don't know.
Absolutely. And sometimes, you know, I have to share with my friends, and even sometimes we have to remind each other, you know, I will hear people say, oh, they're just racist. And I'm like, okay, so hold up, put the brakes. Are they racist or are they ignorant? Right? Because it's a word that's thrown around a lot. And it was funny. We have a group of friends, a group of white guys that are friends. And when we first met, there was straight clashing for me. And I had to explain some of the reasons why. And then finally, they came and they were like, listen, I'm sorry, I did not realize X, Y, and Z until you began to explain it to us. And I didn't see it from your standpoint. And I'm like, because you don't have to. You don't wake up to this every day. And I say it all the time that Black bodies are politicized. We are political property. Again, if you look at it in this election, you will see exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Absolutely.
I'm Canadian, so la 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 la. Wait till it's all over. Oh my God. Yeah.
And then I'm scared for that too when it's all over. You know, so yeah, and so I had to share with a lot of my friends that no, they're not racist. They're ignorant. And so I also have to say to them, now it's not my job to teach you everything. I don't mind having conversations with you, but it is your responsibility. You're not going to put more work on my body to teach you. It's also your responsibility to go learn as well. And so when I look at the band, it's funny, when I was doing this work that I kind of like fell into again, I saw I just saw so much, and I saw so much happening to our younger children. And that's why I was just like, wait a minute. These kids don't really even know they can't even really tell you a lot about Martin Luther King or Rosa Parks. And I'm like, those are the basics, you know, like you don't even know much about them. Like, that's scary to me. So, yeah.
You know, Angeline, there's two things that came to mind when you were talking about racism and ignorance. To me, racism is a choice.
Oh.
And ignorance is just what you are. Like, they're like, you know, but you can choose to be ignorant or choose to find out more information. But racism is definitely a choice.
Fully agree.
And I think that's scary when we trend that way. The other thing is, I was just going to mention to you, if you haven't, have you read a book called Caste? Caste?
Yes.
So you know the link between what was called slavery, the way African American people, and I don't even know if that's the right term, to be honest with you, were treated in the U.S. and how Hitler used that as an example of cleansing. So this is pretty severe. Like, it's a pretty big deal. Like, people don't realize, you know. Anyway,
I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am so glad that you said that, right? Because they took the idea from us, right? And so one of the things that I love that I use as my the card in my back pocket when I'm in some of these conversations and in some of these rooms, people have no idea that my grandmother was full German. And so when I come out with that, it's like, wait a minute, what? Right? Like that type of thing, right? And so they're like, wait, she got a white person in her family? I don't understand why it just like goes over their heads. And so I'm so super excited that you brought that up, because what a lot of young people don't know as well is that not only were Jews slaughtered in that whole process, but so were Black Germans. And so when we talk about reparations, you never hear about reparations for the Black Germans. You never hear about reparations for those who were disabled, who were also slaughtered. You don't hear those who may have been LGBTQ. They too were slaughtered in all of that. All we hear about are the Jews. And so it's interesting because I was asked to come speak to a class before. One of the teachers, a white woman, And I don't know. I had asked her. I said, "Well, do you teach about the Black Germans too?" And she was like, "Oh my God, finally somebody knows about that. Can you come? Like the Black students in my class think I'm making it up." So she was like, "Can you come and speak to my class?" And I was like, "I'd be more than happy to." Yeah, but we don't talk about that history either.
No, we don't.
And that's why I love the days, the weeks, the months, even spaces where we can just go, what is it that needs to be talked about? A friend of mine, she does a lot of publishing, and she created a post one day asking people, what are those subjects that we don't like to talk about? She's like, I just want to create a list. Massive comments of just people from everywhere going, we don't talk about mental health. We don't talk about finances. We don't talk about enslavement. I'm going to use your word again. Practicing. There's just people upon people of lists of things. Some of them are more specific than others, of all the things that we don't talk about. But there used to be other things on that list that we are now starting to have those conversations and get it into public conversation. Love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so if there was something that you would love to have in public conversation, what would you love that topic or maybe specific topic to be?
I would actually be the truth about history would be that conversation.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you say that, because I'm writing a chapter for a professor now, and we were having this conversation. She does work around the mistreatment of women in the workplace. That's what and the trauma that some women in the workplace deal with. And so we were talking, and I had talked about a conversation where I saw a difference in how it was treated after the OJ trial, right? And that big separation that happened, right, in the country, right? So, but it happened right where I was working, and I literally saw it. I saw the disbanding of this group against, like, it was first of all, I saw the two different total reactions to the verdict. And then I saw some of the treatment, and I felt some of the treatment afterwards. So I was sharing that with her. And I said, it's very, very interesting, because as one who was deployed to Missouri during the Michael Brown murder, deployed to Maryland for Freddie Gray's murder, I said, it's just so interesting just to see the level of hate and the visceral nature of how it shows up. So I said, I firmly believe that we talk about the psychological mindset to it, but we don't talk enough about the physiological piece of what we house in our bodies in the midst of all of that. And how does that dis-ease show up after time as disease? Now, that disease can be a physical disease, or it can be a disease. Like, I believe that all of this that we're dealing with right now is a disease in this country. And when you spoke about racism, when you look at the root of all of that, I firmly believe that the root of all of that is fear and power. Fear and power. And if you listen to conversations from racists, that's what you basically hear: fear and power. And so so she said to me, can you write about that? Because I don't feel like there's enough conversation. Just what you were saying, Laura, there's enough conversation around the life of an activist when they come home. And so I was sharing how, I could have been on this conversation with you, laughing, joking. And this actually happened because I was consulting for an organization, and I was doing some type of presentation, and we were laughing. I was showing awesome pictures of working with the youth and on the ground, and even those from Palestine that had came over and joined us, just different countries that came and stood with us. And the next thing, in the midst of my laughter, tears started coming down my face.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, I don't know what's like, I'm sorry, like, I don't know. And the gentleman that was the executive director, he says, stop your presentation. Stop. I need you to sit down. He sent someone to get me water. Now I'm like, oh my God, really, what's going on, right? And so he said, that's trauma. That's trauma.
Yeah.
And so I need you to go, we're going to pay for you to go speak with someone. And I did not know that one of the other girls that was deployed that came home before I did, she did the same thing. She did the same thing. And so this woman, Dr. Yazid, she said, I need to talk about that, because those are the stories that we don't hear.
Mm-hmm.
We hear the glory of what you guys went through, what you did, what you accomplished, what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't hear when you come home. And then how does that affect your life? How does that affect your family?
Mm-hmm.
I call that concept right there that you just explained, speaking from your sparkle. And the sparkle isn't necessarily the excitement and the passion, though it can be. The sparkle is from those gems that only got created in those parts of your story that had so much pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And all the right things came together to create a literal gem that's hidden under all those layers.
Mm-hmm.
And once you, as the human being with your story, have the courage to go down and to look at those pieces and uncover those pieces, clean them off, shine them up, so that people can see the transparency of those gems and have them literally sparkle. But you're not shoving them at people. You're not trying to give all your gems away to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You get to keep your gems. It's just now when other people bring their light and when you shine your light on them, other people get to see the truth of that. Because there are diamonds in there. There are emeralds, whatever gems you love. Like there's so much magic in those conversations that we have difficulty having.
That was beautiful. Can I want, no, really, I really want you to learn, to know that, and I may quote you in my, in my paper.
It's fine.
Because oftentimes people aren't seen as those sparkles, as those diamonds. They're seen as broken.
Yep. Oh no. Just diamonds of the future. That's all.
And even in that transparency, right? I'm also thinking about how I have a friend, she runs an organization for substance use disorder. She's been clean now for over 30 something years. And sometimes, you know, like when people, it feels like attacks against her. And sometimes she will just like unload. And she's like, but people only see that. They don't see all of what's still in here that I'm working through.
Yeah.
And so how you just described that was, I'm going to share it with her. That was, I did give her the link, so she might be watching, but that was actually very, that was beautiful. Yes.
I'll play this scenario in my head where we're all in this deep, dark cave. None of us really know how to get out. All of us are just trying our best every single day to figure it out as we go. But our job is, if I have this candle, I'm just going to use a pencil. My job is just to light my own candle. That's it. But I can't do it alone. I have to get other people to help build me and that spark within me to light my own candle. But then when we're with others, we can use our candle to help light other people and create sparks for them. And then once so many people have candles lit, now we have a lot of light where we can all see as a community. And then because multiple people have lights, it just spreads like wildfire in a good way. And we can all try many different things at the same time and then learn from each other and yell down the cave halls. Nope, it's not that way. This is the wrong way. This is a dead end. Go back. And we're all in it together.
I wish it was that easy.
Yeah, instead of one of us just trying to find our way in the dark, feeling on the walls. No, that's not how it works.
I like what you said, Laura, a lot about being a diamond of the future.
Yep.
I think that's pretty powerful.
I'm going to quote myself now. all this amazing stuff comes out because I'm so passionate about it. Like, this is my work, Dr. Angeline.
I can
Is
tell.
that whole, gem thing, but with emotions and people's stories. This is what I love. Because really what it shows me is if I can get you, Dr. Angeline, to see the magic and the diamond that is within you at that depth that it requires to get there, then somebody will finally be able to see me at that depth too, so that I don't feel alone. And I know that your stories and Wandana's stories, it's the same thing. We're just looking for somebody else to get to that depth within themselves to be able to see us, hear us, and maybe even understand us.
And that's the erasure that I speak about as a Black woman, right? Malcolm X said that we are the most unprotected, neglected,
Yes.
and it's one more. It's not coming to me right now. But I see that and I feel that. And yes,
I'm going to look that up.
all should be working in community, right? But what does that look like? As you said, right? That's what we're working on. What exactly does that look like? And it's interesting because one of the projects that I'm working on now, where I'm still building it, is building a communiversity. And what does that communiversity look like?
Aww,
right?
yeah.
And so, and I feel like those in the community get to say what that looks like, right? Especially when I look in these urban areas and these cities. What does holism look like for you? What, if you could change your city, what are those things that you would change? What are those things that you think are needed and necessary? So for me, I'm working on right now, I actually just finished it this weekend. It's either going to be an 8 to 12 week program where I'm going to talk about and we're going to learn from each other those concepts of race, those concepts of white supremacy, those concepts of systems. Because what I also feel like is most of the time we don't realize that we too are systems. We are a system surviving amongst systems.
Good, quote yourself on that.
Yeah. And I think that, because I know when I said that before at an event with other professors or something, it was like this light went on and they were like, can you talk about that more? And for me, I was like, what? Like, what are you talking? Right. But then I have to realize where this may come natural for you. It doesn't come natural for everybody else. Right. They don't have that understanding. Because again, a lot of times they don't have to think like that.
They're not at the same place you are.
No.
And
but that's your zone of genius, is all those places where you think it's so easy.
Yeah.
No. That's what makes you the diamond.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. So
sorry,
that's
I'm looking for a pen, and the only one I can find is one that doesn't work well.
Here we go. I mean, this doesn't work, but whatever. Put it in the comments, Wandana.
What's that?
If it's something that you can share publicly, just put it in the comments.
Oh, it's not, I'm just taking notes as we're talking about different ideas that are coming through with different people. So with all the guests. So I think there's, what I wrote down is we talked about in this conversation is, I mean, I said it myself, is racism is a choice. Yeah. Ignorance is, not, but it is, because you can choose to be ignorant about it. But once you're ignorant, do something about it. Diamond of the Future, I loved. Communiversity, I loved. Yes. And the thing that, as you were talking, Laura, that came to mind for me was we're like in this human escape room.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, can you turn sideways for a second, Dr. Angeline? Do you have oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
You just had a bun on the top of your head. No, you went full glam. I love it.
Thanks. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted. That was great.
I was going to say that has really nothing to do with human escape room, but that's okay.
No.
Yes.
I love hair. I see so many people with lovely hair, and I'm like, mine doesn't do anything. So I'm just going to live vicariously through other people that could do pretty things.
No, your hair is pretty. Are you kidding me?
I like the color now, but like it doesn't do anything. That's
Yeah,
all.
but it's pretty as it is. You don't
No,
have
but
to do
it-
anything.
That's better.
You can do a whole lot, Laura.
No,
Sweet.
I love your hair. The point is I love your hair. Yay.
All
hair.
right, boobies. Thank you. So, but Donna, what were you saying about the escape?
I said when Laura was talking about, we're all trying to have people really understand us and
Mhm.
come from that area and find a way out to connect with other people or whatever your objective is. To me, I just felt like we were talking about like a human escape room.
Mm.
It's solving the puzzles, it's figuring out like what door opens and whether to go through that door or not, whether to whether you have the right answer, whether you've actually got another problem now because you did the wrong thing. Like, it's just this whole process, I guess, of navigating where we go next.
And it's so interesting that you say that because I was speaking with some gamers and some psychologists as well. And I was like, I would love to create a game around all of this. A game that helps us understand the levels,
Yes,
right?
please.
And
I'll
and
beta test
so
for you.
listen, let's go. I'm really serious because I said, how can I use this with my young people
Yes.
to have them understand?
Yes.
And so last part of my story too, because I told you my book had just came out, and my book was actually my dissertation, and then I wrote maybe a couple other things about it. But I have can I show it to you real
Yes,
quick?
please.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because
So
you
they
just got
just
the
came, like they
commitment.
literally just came Saturday. So
Oh,
Then you
wow.
have to give us a close up, like make sure we see the cover, and we'll
can you
celebrate
see?
with you. Oh no, closer, dear. Sorry.
Oh.
The whiteness of
Whiteness.
academia. Wow.
Oh,
Ooh, good
love that
one.
subtle, yeah.
Wait, I'm trying to see. Can you see the other
And
part? Let me come this way. Here we go.
There we go. And the making of a slave.
Yes. And so I talk down here, I say I was never down with OPP, right? So that was this rap song back in the day. And I wasn't down with that rap song either. But the OPP that I speak about at the university, I call it the oppression plantation paradigm that sought to equate my Black body to other people's property.
Yep.
And so I built a whole model around it, a whole model and a whole framework around what was happening to me. I spoke about what I saw. I spoke about how they asked me to come there as their first organizer. But then as I got into another level, right, another space, or I turned and was going down the wrong door for them, I started realizing and recognizing that, oh, they're really not about change. This is status quo work. But they want to get the grants and the money and use the buzzwords of access, success, equity, justice, inclusion. And this is bogus. And I just said, oh, I can't do this because now you want to send me, the Black girl, into the city where Black people and impoverished white folks live, to represent you, but you're not really all about helping the people. So that became a major clash while there, and which was okay. And so then in my cohort, it was predominantly all Black women, except one. And I started watching how we were all treated. And because I was already beginning to talk about the plantation and what I was seeing and the white supremacy in the space, then I started seeing what a gentleman out of Atlanta, Wakesa Matsimoyo, defines as white injected oppression, which we know as internalized racism. And so he said, you're going to stop using that term because you're going to stop re-victimizing the victims and you're going to put the onus back on where they where it originated from. So I talk about that some in the book as well.
Can you remind us what that term was that you want people to use now?
Oh, his term is white, that he coined is white injected oppression.
Okay.
Yeah, not internalized racism.
Yeah.
So, and he does a whole healing piece and all of that regarding that terminology. And so after a while, when I started writing my story, I was just like, wait a minute, it was my own, that those that looked like me that were coming against me. It was white folks too, but I always said to them, I was trained and prepared for them.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't trained and prepared for you.
I think that's pretty profound.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so then when I was going to write about it, whoa, it was like, oh no, we got to stop her. She can't talk about this. And then I started recognizing and realizing that this was the dirty little secret in the academy. And I was like, this is very interesting. Whereas I thought those professors who looked like me would be ready to talk about it, I was like, but you know what, on the plantation, you existed too. People like you existed too. And so I wrote my story because I recognized that it wasn't just my story. Mm-hmm. It was other Black and brown students who, when I would go to conferences and speak, it was their story as well. And I could walk into a room and have a conversation, and literally I was watching students in tears. I was watching students who really were choking speaking. And that was what pushed me all the more to tell the story. When I went to do my dissertation defense, I bought 10 masks and I talk about what it is, how they want me to code switch in this space, which is not a sign of freedom. But I talk about how I had to, and I put on one mask, then the next mask, then the next mask. And then I sat there with all of them. And it was hard to breathe. And I said, this is what we say when we say it's hard. I can't breathe. Mm-hmm. Because you literally, I couldn't. And it was so funny when I put all of them on, I said, oh, hurry up and help get these off of me. I can't breathe. And it just came out. I was like, oh my God, right? I got my own little personal revelation. Yeah. But after my defense, they should have signed right off. There was nothing for me to correct. There was nothing for me to change in my mind. But for 5 additional months, they fought me. And the trauma of that fight was real. I always say I experienced it from a biracial woman who was at that time the executive director. She was horrible. And I said, this is what I didn't want to equate my story like, and I talk about that I will never say I endured as much as my ancestors, but I got a sneak peek of what a minute piece looked like. So I got it from a biracial professor, 2 Black women, and an international Black. And so I would laugh with my friends and I was like, whoa, God must have wanted me to experience it from all of them. Like, you're going to get it from every level. Yeah. But it was a Black man that came at me at the end. And I always say, oh, he tried to put the nail in the coffin. Ooh. And I look at that. I'm grateful, though, that another Black woman who was old, had a higher ranking. And I'm grateful for the white folks that helped me, because if they didn't help me on this level, I would have never made it to this level. And so I tell that story because we're trained as activists to look predominantly at white supremacy through the lens of white people. But I'm saying, be very, like we hear the sayings all the time, that all your skin folk ain't your kinfolk, right? We hear all of these different sayings that our ancestors have taught us. But for me, it was like smack dead in my face. And so for 5 additional months, they fought me left and right and left, and to the point I finally said, wait a minute, you do know that I am an activist, right? And I fight for everybody else, but I'm about to have the buses here, the media here, and then all of a sudden things kind of moved along a little bit quicker. So, but at the same time, I was working, I got a call from some people in my family about my nieces, my nephew, cousins, ages 7 to 12, who were in school going through being called niggas, being called black monkeys. And I'm like, this is in kindergarten, pre-K. And that's why I say, I answered your question, that I would love for like the real history, the real truth of all of this to come out. And when you spoke about, Laura, digging deep, and you spoke about it as well, digging deep, that's what social justice is. The first tenet of justice is to look at self and to go inward, right? Because we all have biases. We all have prejudices.
So many.
Have those things. But where did they come from? And how do we uproot those?
You know, the phrase that keeps coming to my mind is, as you're talking about, I've said it several times, is history is always told by the victors.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so a lot of what we know today is what the larger percentage of the population has said. Whatever their race is or whatever their background is. And so I always think to myself, what is it that we're not hearing?
Yes.
What is it that we haven't been told? There's some great stories. I like World War stories, but there's some great stories in there. And just as an example of what you see is not always what the truth is, right? I mean, that's a motherhood statement, but it's looking, it's not just what you don't see, but it's making sense of what you don't see. To me,
my executive director, she always, I hear her saying it quite often. What you see is not all there is to see. That's what I hear you saying. Yes. Yes. So now, it may appear.
Yeah. I don't want to interrupt too much, but I want to be very respectful of your time. We have gone a little bit over, but you were also like a couple minutes later because we had our other guest. I just want to make sure that you're okay with staying a little later if you want, because we don't have a guest in this time slot. They had to cancel. So you're more than welcome to stay. I am enjoying this conversation. But I just wanted to make sure that if you had anything else that you needed to do, that we weren't keeping you from that.
So. No, you're not. I actually took care of things before we even came on.
Okay, good.
So, yeah.
I was like, just in case. I want to be that person. Oh, awesome. So I'm just going to take a moment and I'll be right back. But Vandana's lovely. She'll continue the conversation with you. That's why I love it. I was like, I can
telling someone, okay, you'll do your job now.
Right now, Vandana. I love you. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. I should tell her how.
Say your name for me so I can make sure I'm saying it correctly, please.
Vandana.
Oh, I like that. What's it mean?
It means someone who's very welcoming and very friendly, warm, welcoming. Yeah.
That's you. So yeah.
It's greeting people like just open arms type of thing.
Okay. No, I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really fascinated by our conversation because I've spent so much time on this topic too. And just because I find history in general really fascinating, but what always amazes me is what humans do to each other. it's just shocking to me, like even what's going on in the world today, right? It's just like we're all one, you know, why is that such a difficult concept, right? And so I find this notion of a history and what we can learn from it a really big deal. So,
Yes.
oh, she's back.
Oh,
So
just
glad
a
we
minute.
talked about her and got all of that really great stuff out
I
in the
know, I
open.
missed
So
everything. All the good stuff comes out when I'm gone. I know.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, that's my
No, it's good. I do want to take a moment since we're just having some fun today okay, I'm just going to adjust my blanket. It's cold. Today is Canadian Thanksgiving. So yay, this is a holiday and I forgot, which is why this is scheduled on a week with a holiday. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Actually worked out better for me as
Oh,
well.
great.
'Cause what is it today here is Indigenous Day. So that's the holiday here.
we had honoring the Indigenous population last week
Okay.
before
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
We do that on, I think, the last Monday of September.
Was it?
I think.
All
Truth
my
and
days are running together. I can't remember.
That's how
Yeah,
I
we
feel.
call it Truth and Reconciliation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is
So
that where you are in Canada?
Yeah, so I'm in Nova Scotia, and a lot of the land in Nova Scotia was taken from the Mi'kmaq people and just told, this is ours now, right? We're talking about all that horrible history, but we need to learn it. And so Truth and Reconciliation Day is that day that's like, look, we're going to pause everything to make sure that we have those conversations, get those systems in place, as you keep talking about, which we don't even know exist, so that we can kind of readjust the way that we do things in the future. We can't change the past, and trying to tell that to little kids is a little harder, but we're trying to figure it out as we go. And so this day is just, let's figure it out as we go. Let's learn as we go. Let's say that the past has happened. We cannot change it, but how do we do better moving from here on out?
I'm from Toronto, being that's
Okay.
where I am now, but I'm from the U.S., but the southern U.S., but Florida, South Florida, and
Okay.
Toronto. I always think of the Indigenous people because it literally means meeting place. So, and I have to apologize. I feel like I'm like talking funny a little bit because I've got a thing in my mouth for my teeth.
But it's not coming across.
Okay,
so.
well that's good.
I think I noticed like one syllable as I left, and the rest of the day I didn't notice at all.
Okay, so
You're good.
I apologize if that comes
No,
through.
no worries.
I think
But if it's not
Laura,
coming through, I don't apologize at all.
don't apologize. So I'm listening to you, Laura, say, how do we figure it out? Right. And I think you have a blueprint already in how to figure it out. So I'm always leery when people say the past is the past, because it's not for us.
No.
The past is still the present right now. So how do we look at the blueprint of what has happened to us in this present in order to create and sustain a better future? Right. So just as I sit on a DEI council for my township, and one of the girls had said, oh, we're doing a book club. We just started. And she was like, oh, we're going to make this a really cool, safe space. And I was like, no, that's not what we're going to do. Right. Because the word safe is relative. Safe for who? So even like, it's not safe for me even walking into this space. Like, and I need you to know that, because I'm expecting the pushback. I'm expecting the good, but I'm also expecting some people, it might be a little hard for them to understand or to hear. Yeah. And so when we say the past is the past, I will say here in the United States, if that is what's being said now, and that is what's keeping people from intentionally, as Wandana said, intentionally remaining in their ignorance and their racist spaces. And those spaces still hurt and bring harm and trauma to bodies that look like mine.
Yeah.
So yeah, the past is not just the past here for us. Yeah.
I was trying to think of how they explained it. Now, I don't get out much. Like, I spend most of my time with online people from all over the world.
Nice.
I only know what my daughter has given me little tidbits of, or what I hear on the radio about what this day is supposed to be. But what I'm seeing on a regular basis is anytime we hold an event, live or in person, wherever it happens to be, there's always an acknowledgement of, we're on ceded land. This land does not belong to us. It belongs to the Mi'kmaq people. Here's what they call it. We're going to have this ceremony of them welcoming us onto this land from the way that they do it. Now there's actually like Mi'kmaq language everywhere, and I don't know what it means yet. I'm working on that. But I do know, this is a fun one, that Boodoop means humpback whale. And it's also the sound that we make when we poke each other's noses. So every time when my daughter was growing up, I would poke her nose and I'd be like, Boodoop. And then we'd go, ha ha, humpback whale. Boodoop, ha ha, humpback whale. It's like, how do you make learning something that they don't necessarily want to learn fun? And so that's what I did. And I think it's Mimichek, that is butterfly. I do not know if I'm saying it correctly. I read it in a children's book. But like these little things are just some of the steps that they're taking to try to get kids involved and the public involved.
I can definitely see that for the younger people. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, for the young children. That's why I was like, if I could come up with a game.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I just think that would be so fascinating.
Like a little app game too. Actually, I saw an ad for somebody locally here in Nova Scotia. They are Mi'kmaq. They created like I don't know if it's an MMO, which is a massive multiplayer online game, or if it's a single person game. But the graphics are beautiful. It brings in so much of the Mi'kmaq culture as a way for you to experience first person what that culture is like and some of their belief systems. And I'm like, oh, I want to do the beta. Like I'm so excited for this game to come out because it's just beautiful. And no matter what, I'm going to enjoy at least that aspect.
You know, honestly, it sounds like it deserves to be a virtual reality thing.
Oh, that would be.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes.
And that's the thought process I'm looking from.
Oh, there you go.
You know, it's
so yes to the game.
It's immersive.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Because then you really look and see and feel and touch and hear everything that's going on. And I just think that would be a really cool way to approach it. I also think that I'm going to get into a whole different topic and I'm debating whether I want to or not.
We have an open space right now. We can play. Okay. To close off her interview, Dr. Angeline, I just want to make sure people know where to find you, and then we can just talk about whatever we want afterwards.
Sure. So right now, I'm having a couple updates to the website. So I'm telling people just email me, like whatever it is that they want to know. Okay. And then my email is A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, G as in girl, the number 1, Dean, my last name, DEAN, @yahoo.com. If they want to keep checking on the website for when it's going to be up, because I'm putting the book up. There was some merchandise, and then I want to announce the new. I'm finalizing this week whether I'm gonna do an 8-week or a 12-week program, so I want to put that up as well. And so that, okay, let me think. That website is called InterSystems, and it's INTERSYSTEMZ
Oh,
dot rocks, ROCKS. So InterSystems with a Z at the end. Dot rocks.
ROCS.
ROCKS.
Oh, sorry.
Mhm.
ROCKS. Ah, oh, there you are. Oh, I like those earrings.
Thanks.
Oh, now I'm going to find this screen again. There we go.
Yeah, but they can also just shoot me an email.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Official interview. Closed. Okay. That just makes it easy visually. Now, what do you want to talk about?
Okay.
Anything you want.
I don't know.
You're scrolling through
Where's
the 4.5 hours of live interviews. Where's mine? Where's mine? Yeah, there you go.
do this? Do you put them on all as one, or do you put them on like 4 different ones?
So we're live. We're streaming
Okay.
to YouTube, to Facebook, to LinkedIn, to Facebook again, different areas. So you can find this afterwards. Like once the live is over, the video will still be there, but it's going to be 4.5 hours long.
Okay.
'Cause
Okay.
we start at 10 a.m. Eastern and we go until 2:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 4.5 hours for 5
You
days
sit and
straight.
talk.
And I love every minute of it.
with the most amazing co-hosts and guests.
Imagine some of the stories and what you hear.
I know, right?
Yes.
Like this is why I
Yes.
love it so much. I think it was the last event that we had 2 or 3 months ago. I can't remember. We were having a discussion on that feeling inside of you when you know that you're saying no for the right reasons. Because saying no is really hard for me. I'm a people pleaser. Yay. Trauma. Right?
Mhm.
We all got something. It's like you kind of got to identify what it is so that maybe you can move from it. That's just one of mine. So we were practicing because I like to do practices if people have cool stuff like that. So we were practicing saying no. And so we kind of got one random person to ask somebody else a completely weird question.
Mhm.
And you were supposed to say no because it started off easy. And then you were supposed to have a random person here ask just a general question. Like, for example, Dr. Angeline, do you want to co-host an entrepreneur summit with me? You're like, oh, that sounds pretty general. I might. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
But it
uh-huh.
might give you, the first question might be like, hey, do you want to move to the moon and start a restaurant? Probably not.
Right. Mhm.
Easy to say no to.
Yeah.
But then they had, in the middle of the conversation, come up with a great question for me to feel the no in my body because it's hard. So they're like, hey, Laura, would you ever quit doing the Blue Talks Amplify Your Message? And my whole body just went, no. And I said it with such like emphasis and gut reaction that I finally understood physiologically, because we were talking about that earlier, what no really felt like a true
That's powerful.
no. Like, oh, it was good. I really
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
One of my
And it-
favorite sentences
Mhm.
is no is a complete sentence.
Yeah.
Just get ready to say. Yes, I was just getting ready to say that.
Love
And I was
that.
going to ask Laura, did you like try to give an explanation afterwards, or it was just no?
Oh, that was the other part of this test. It was like, you're not allowed to explain.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
like, oh, that's so hard.
Yes. And that goes back to the no is a complete sentence.
Yes. Oh, so
Right.
good.
I don't owe you an explanation as to
Mhm.
why. I said no.
Mm-hmm.
Next. Yes.
Yep. Since then, I've been practicing.
Okay.
And so lots of family drama, but basically the result of it was my cousin asked me to be sole caretaker of her daughter, of her son. I haven't talked to her since she was 4. Since like, I don't know, 35 years ago. I'm like, no. And I thought about explaining. And then I was like, no, I don't need to explain myself. My answer is just no. So mom's like, is that what you want me to tell her? I was like, yeah, just flat out no. And I was very proud of myself in that moment because I think that was the first time I didn't have to explain.
How'd
So
you feel afterwards?
it felt So good. So good. So we're just playing. And since Rev's interview is coming up next, are you ladies willing to have Rev join us on stage and just have fun for the next 20 minutes?
Yeah, I have to get something to eat.
Yep. Oh yeah, you need a break. Go.
So I will take
We'll have
a
fun.
quick break, even if it's just to eat a bar. But
Yeah, okay.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
put you in the backstage, and just when you're ready, I'll bring you back.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good.
Yep. And Rev, is that okay with you too? If I bring you up and we'll just have some fun? Just give me a thumbs up if that's good.
This is Revs who came up with this whole. Is that who?
Oh,
you said?
no.
Oh,
So
okay.
Rev is our next interview.
Okay.
I just
Are
come
you
on
okay?
early. I come on early because I typically have technology issues. And so this is my, calm down, get the tech right.
Oh, well, I was
And
going to
so
say, if you wanted to check, we can check now and I can put you back if you want.
whatever, I'm comfortable, however you want to do it. I mean, this is a check. So
I know, right?
this is a check. So it's all good.
So what's really happening is we didn't have somebody in the slot. They had to cancel, and I get life happens. So this is just kind of us chatting and having fun about whatever we want to chat. So if you want to stay on stage with our other guest, Dr. Angeline, and you're more than welcome. Or if you want that time to just be with yourself, collect your thoughts, I'm more than happy to put you backstage as well.
I'm good. I can stay. It's fine. And you can tell me when to shift.
I will let you know that you did break up a little bit there. So I'm not sure if you have a router that you might want to reset and try.
Oh, okay. Let me go make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do.
It's all good.
Okay.
Okay, I'll put you backstage and I'll bring you back.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. See that? Okay.
Now wait, is she your next guest? Like, I'm confused.
Oh yeah, no, she's our next interview, but she doesn't start for another 17 minutes.
Okay.
But if she wants to be part of the conversation, of course I'd let her be part of the conversation.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay.
And
I just
like
wasn't
when people
sure.
connect.
What's her topic? Do you know?
I don't think I do. But that's the best part. I just met Rev for the first time last week during the Blue Talks networking that we had.
With Corey's group?
Yeah. So I do a lot of Corey's events with him now.
Okay.
So like I do the show. Corey used to host the show, but now I do the hosting, and I bring in a guest co-host every day with me.
To do that one day with you.
Yeah, you can do that because you're part of the bureau, right? Yeah, of course. Yes. I have another show coming up in November.
November what?
Let's look it up on my calendar.
Well, I'm glad that I can tell Corey to watch this interview because we've only talked via email.
Oh.
And I remember because I wrote a chapter for his book too this go around.
Yes. Oh, okay.
And I said, I remember at first I was like, now Corey, I'm known as radical. I don't know anything about you, really. I talk about race. Sometimes I am a disruptor. So I don't know. Let me know. Is that going to be a problem? Is that going to be an issue? Is that? He was like, absolutely not. We need more people talking and having these conversations. I said, okay, but Corey, I just need you to know I can take it there. So he was like, no, you're fine. I promise you. I said, okay.
You were in the right community for that.
Okay.
You really are. Like, okay, Corey's whole thing, for those who don't know what blue is blue stands for business, life, and the universe. The whole point is that it's all connected. Why do we keep separating business from life itself? Why do we keep separating business from all of the spiritual conversations around universe? They are this. Stop putting them in boxes everywhere. And once you have that mindset of it's all connected, that's when you start to get the radical people, the change makers, the trailblazers, the disruptors. I'm trying to use all the words that we have used today. There's a lot of us. And my jam is, I call BS, because I don't like to swear, so I just say BS, on the know, like, and trust, which is something pretty much all entrepreneurs like to use and copy paste as advice. Just get people to know you, get them to like you, get them to trust you. No, you're skipping everything before that, and you're no longer treating human beings like human beings.
Look how you said no.
Like, oh, thank you. Oh, I'm gonna cherish that one too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I say no, like you said that, like, ugh. Yeah,
No.
I felt it.
Yeah.
It's getting good to you now. You're liking it.
Oh, my eyes are all sparkling. Look at my cheeks. They're so red. Like, now you got me in my zone. Okay.
Okay, good.
Fill it in. Because same thing with the gem stuff earlier. Like, this is just what I love. So if we take that, because you were talking about disrupting, if we take that idea of the know, like, and trust and why I call BS on it and saying it doesn't treat people like human beings, it's because, how does this feel, Dr. Anjali? Get to know me, get to like me, get to trust me. You don't feel any of that, do you? And you don't give
and I this is what I always say, that sounds very fake, phony, and fraudulent, and I'm not interested.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's how I feel when I watch content with that copy paste advice. But then there are some of us who know that there's layers behind that. And the layers to me is just like the conversation has been today. I need to get to know me, get to like me, get to trust me, not just as I am, but that old version of me stuck in the middle of that struggle. You know, that part that we don't like to talk about and we don't like to see? We need
visit.
We need to love them as they are right there. We don't need to bring them forward yet. No. We have to love them way back there where they used to be, just as they are in that moment, because they are worth it there, just like they are worth it with the version of us that we are today.
Those folks back there have helped shape and mold and created us where we are here today, right? And they were a part of our purpose to catapult us to another realm, another space. And so we have to dig in deep. So I just remember at one point in time, I don't remember exactly what happened, but I do remember I had to stop and think, like, why did I make that choice? Was that a choice that I grew up? Like, did I take this from generations? Like, why do I do this the way that I do? Why do I think this the way that I think it? Where did it start from? Am I rehearsing something that's not good for me? You know, those type of things. And that's what I hear you saying.
So yeah, I got to love that old version of me. I have to love that today version of me before I can ever understand how to love you as my ideal client or audience member, as you are, right? Not the potential that you are. So then from that space, I can get to know you, get to like you, get to trust you. And then from that space, I'm just going to bring Rev back up. From that space, you start to know, like, and trust yourself as you are. And once that starts happening, at least all of these on a foundational level, then you naturally get to know, like, and trust me as a byproduct of all those other layers. But I'm not forcing it, am I?
No, not at all. And that's what I love of how we were talking about it. And then also trusting that gut feeling as well, right? When that feeling, I always say it comes from my faith, but also I do believe that we as women are just built with that, like, something's off. Something's not right here. Nah. And then that's when you can say, no, I'm good. You know, like, no, that whole notion that we were just talking about. And, but that also again comes from looking within yourself and looking at those spaces that need to be healed to, also be able to say something is not right. Something feels wrong about this and I don't have to do it. And that's okay.
So. I just want to share this comment. Great show. Thanks, Nancy.
Oh, thanks,
I love when I get comments like that. Like, yes, I'm getting through to at least one person. That's all I need.
Right.
I have a comment, something that I read this morning that kind of segues into what you all are talking about. When we have those situations where, life seems to be mirroring, is a mirror for us.
Yes.
And yeah, and we look at, oh boy, what is that? And I read that there is another perspective on how to look at that mirror, because sometimes when we look at our circumstance and we think, oh, what is that saying about me? We judge ourselves, right? And so another way to look at that is to say, okay, it might be a mirror or it might be a window. Okay.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, it might be, oh, okay, now it's time to look at what do I see through here? What are the various perspectives that I can draw from this? And, what new portal can I go into rather than to stay here where this isn't really comfortable or not healthy, because sometimes things that are uncomfortable are actually healthy.
Okay, like a lot of things.
About that.
Yeah.
Right, we talked about that.
So I had to shift that word. So it's more about being healthy and again, moving ourselves out of a space of judgment. So I just thought I just read that this morning. It seemed to, juxtapose what you all were talking about. So I just wanted to.
No, I like it.
I like it too, a lot. Yeah.
So Rev, meet Dr. Angeline. Dr. Angeline, meet Rev.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I love when this happens because then I'm like, oh, connections, people. So can Dr. Angeline, Angeline, I don't know. Can you tell Rev just a little bit about who you are?
Sure. So I describe myself as a proud descendant of the royal enslaved. I am an unapologetic disruptor. A part of my work is dismantling systems and mindsets that perpetuate oppression, racism, discrimination, and any type of pathology of the plantation. That's who I am.
And then Rev, I know we haven't done your interview yet. We'll officially do it afterwards, but I would love for you to introduce yourself.
Okay. Well, I'm a grandmother elder. I'm an earth keeper and a mystic. And my work is helping people reconnect to nature as a way of experiencing their oneness with Creator and with creation.
So
and I guess I'm at right in this stretch of time, I'm answering an ancestral call to work on the front lines of climate chaos and to help the church model sustainability and to help our young adults become more resilient by accessing, that inner wisdom that is enhanced when we're in a natural setting.
I love that. So the pattern of this morning has been a lot of introspection, a lot of personal development, a lot of gratitude because here in Canada, it's Thanksgiving. It's a holiday and I forgot all about it and booked this week.
I wondered about that. I said, isn't this one of those days? But that's fine.
Oops. That's fine. It's fine. I don't mind because I love this. The types of people that we get to chat with here are those people who have ideas, who are the disruptors, the change makers, the trailblazers. What was the other word? There was another word. I don't remember. The radicals, I think that was the other word.
Oh,
yes.
We're radical just means root. It means that we help people get back to the root of what's good and whole and complete.
Exactly. Like we want to be those ones that create change. So
and thanks for that, Rev, because we talked about that, right? I said I'm called radical, but I also said part of my purpose is holism with the W. So you just solidified that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm a 6th generation activist minister, and I grew up on the front lines of desegregation. And so at this stage in my life, like I said, in my elder years, I embrace all of that very comfortably.
Aww.
I get it too, because I same here, scholar, minister, activist, absolutely, I get it. Yeah. And even having these conversations in the church, I find is fascinating.
Absolutely. In fact, my call story, when they said I had to teach the church, I said, "What? Are you crazy? Church isn't interested in learning this stuff." But then I also know it's better to acquiesce and just go through the process.
Yes, yeah. My bishop now, he's like, okay, I'm ready when you are. What are we doing? Because I go in a city intentionally. I want it to be in city ministry.
Oh,
Yeah. Mhm.
I love that both of you are in activism and that you both do it in seemingly completely different ways. And yet you're still rooting for the same thing.
Well, they're what, 360 degrees of truth, right? If truth is in the middle, then we need each other standing side by side so that we can complement each other, so that we're not in isolation. And each one of us has a certain skill set, but then others have other skill sets. And so the task is to learn, well, how do we complement each other for whatever it is we're trying to do. I the reason I came into the activism that I'm doing now is because I saw that in the environmental movement, people were falling apart. They were in despair and dismay. They were depressed, about the not only the climate, the weather crisis that we're facing, but the social disruptions that are going on all around us. And so I just discovered that anchoring myself in nature in deeper and deeper ways was a way that I could sustain myself and sustain my joy, even when there's a lot of yuckiness going on around us. And I just want to share. It's like, okay, you don't have to be in despair. It didn't really make sense to me that people working for Earth didn't have a relationship with Earth and therefore couldn't receive the joy and the inner calm that comes from aligning with that presence. And so it's like, oh, wait a minute, guys, we're missing something. So see, that's what happens when we isolate ourselves into these cubicles, is we miss, a lot of the joy.
And that's a part of when I was talking about building a community, right? How do we connect the systems that I know to work in? I have other people that work in the other systems, like Rev would be environmental. So how do we build this whole community based upon us creating it for us, right? Having this understanding of what we need, that others may not understand because of everything that we've been through, everything that we've seen, everything that's actually in our DNA. Because, when I go places and I'm like, well, that trauma and that triggering from enslavement, that is in our DNA. So how is that also showing up? And so how do we build those communities where we're all take all of these systems and interconnect them, and what would that look like? So I'm appreciative of even hearing what you just shared, and even walking out barefooted,
Absolutely.
just standing in getting grounded.
Right, because we were made to be in symbiotic relationship with nature. We are part of nature, although somehow along the way the teachings came that, we're separate, but that's not a healthy teaching. And so how do we reintegrate, that indigenous wisdom, because energy comes up through the earth and is healing. And you can, energy comes from the trees and lessons come from different aspects of nature. And so how do we reorganize ourselves to take advantage of that? And guess what? It's free. You don't even
Yeah. Yes, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Before I start your interview, Rev, I just want to laugh a little bit because I had already shown my bucket of sand, which I use to ground myself during interviews sometimes.
Oh, I love that.
Yes.
I'll put my feet in it and I'll use one foot to bury the other, and then that one gets jealous. So then I use the other.
I need those tricks. I do, because this is not my most favorite setting. Transparency alert. Just.
I also have this lovely lilac candle that Wandana got for me because I did something nice for her. She sent me this candle. And so it's been warming up my room, but also smelling really nice.
Yeah, I have my candle going, but sometimes, but I like that. That's
Yeah.
gonna work for me.
I also didn't want like my incense smoking up right behind my head, so I didn't turn that one on.
May I just ask where you're located?
I have just relocated to my ancestral home in Louisiana.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been working along the eastern seaboard of the United States, and so I have resilience hubs in North Carolina and in New York and in Texas. And the goal is to have 30.
Oh, wow.
Particular reason why 30? Why that number?
I'm not sure how that came about. I don't remember how that came about, but and I'm gonna have to remember how that came about.
Okay.
I guess the idea was that we wanted to have a network of resilience hubs, across regions, so that we could increase our diversity and be stronger in terms of supplying, food sovereignty and natural medicines. And so
Wow.
I'll have to see. I don't remember why 30.
Okay. No worries.
That's
No worries.
okay.
I would love to know though, but I'm going to remove myself so
Yeah.
that Rev can have her own person,
Well, I'm
her
sorry
own
it took up your
conversation.
time. I didn't mean to do.
Oh
No,
no,
it
she already
didn't.
had her
It
interview.
didn't. No, it didn't. It didn't at all. But I do want to know more about your resilience hubs because I write about the forced resilience in my book that we have to deal with. So I would love to know more about your resilience hubs and what do they look like and what exactly do they consist of.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's my email, and feel free to
In the private chat.
in the
Oh, I see it. Yes. Okay.
private
I'm
chat.
writing it
Oh,
down.
okay. Oops.
Awesome.
See, I don't
So
know.
I love that you two connected. I will put you in the backstage now, Dr. Angeline.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be like Wandana. I'm getting ready to go get something to eat.
Oh yes, please.
It was
such a
nice
delight.
meeting you. Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for this. This was awesome. Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, Rev. We already did an interview with Dr. Angeline, and then she just stayed longer because we had extra time. That slot
Okay.
no longer had somebody to fill it. So then we just chatted, which is the best part. We can't end the stream and start the stream again. We have to continue being live. So if I'm here by myself, I get to talk all by myself.
You get to practice a whole lot, right?
I think that's one of the reasons why Corey was like, you're one of the only people I thought of to do this. And I'm thinking, yes, so I could talk to myself for 4.5 hours if need be.
See, different gifts.
I know, right? That's fine. That's fine. So this 45 minutes is about you. And I want to make sure that we are having some fun with it at the same time. I do like to start every interview with the same question because it's research and because we get to learn a lot about who you are before you ever tell us anything about who you are. So if you're ready, I would love to ask you.
Okay, go.
I got my spreadsheet up. Okay. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Perceptive. Let's see, tenacious.
Tenacious.
And peaceful.
Ooh, peaceful. I gotta sound it out. Okay, you said perceptive, tenacious, and peaceful. Now, we did have a little bit of time to chat with you right before this, but now I want to know why I want to say perspective. Why perceptive, tenacious, and peaceful? What does that have to do with you as a human being and the message that you have?
Well, I think because I say perceptive because I tend to look at the core issues of things, and that seems to be a gift that I have, that when I'm in the presence of others, core issues just come up.
Mhm.
And so that's where the perceptive is. I tend to be an intense person. And so I have learned to make sure that I focus my attention on the core of my humanity, which I believe is peace. I believe the core of all humanity is peace. I believe the core of all humanity is joy and love. And so my constant focus is, how do we get back to ourselves? How do we get back to who we really are as human beings? And so
I
that, yeah, we're not human doings,
no.
we're human beings. And so we too often uh, ask, what do we need to do, rather than what do we need to become?
Mm.
So that's the question that I try to keep in focus for myself. And I just say, I'm tenacious. I think that's an outcome of being, when I was younger, I would considered being, very faithful. I would, someone who was a solid friend, I would stick with somebody. But I just also have this pit bull tenacity with when I'm given a task, and that's required because I'm a frontline worker. I've been a
Mm.
frontline worker all of my life, with my parents leading the way. Like I said, desegregating schools in my neighborhoods. My father was in the Air Force, and so those lines of desegregation moved all across the country. And my mother was a professor of nursing, and so she would typically work in a university. And we would usually live close to the university because it's not real cool to be an activist on military bases. So, so
Oh.
I've learned how, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I've learned how to manage the intersections. And so that's the work that I do, manages the intersections of spirituality, nature, and social justice. And so I invite those who are on that social justice front line to take refuge in nature. And I invite those who are in nature to make sure that you're connected to your spirituality, and that your ideas, you know, complement each other, and that you don't just keep it for yourself, but that you share it with your community. And so that activism piece goes back out. And so that's how those three words intersect with what I do.
I love that. It just it brings so much more clarity to who you are as the human being behind the skills that you have or behind the topics that you talk about. Because this shows like these or interviews like these can be so focused on what kind of value can I just pull out of you? What kind of tips and
Right.
tools and tricks? It's like, but I want to know the human being,
Mm.
because I feel as though that brings so much value to your work.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Like, how many graphic designers do you know? Probably like 50, right? You're like, okay, but why would I choose one of you if I need it? Because I
Oh.
relate to you, because of how you've decided to use and dance with, I guess we're going to use that imagery, your skills.
Hmm.
It's
Well, I've
not
been
going
a
to be the same.
dancer, so that makes
You're a
sense.
dancer. I knew there was a reason why I needed to use that word. A dancer. Does that have anything to do, the story behind the dancing? Did that lead you into this activism work at all?
Uh, no, I think um, dancing didn't lead me into it, but dancing is an integral part of it.
Oh.
Because as I work in my indigenous lineages, dance is, again, a way of being, it's a way of learning, it's a way of being community. And that's an important part of being human, is being in community. And dance is a way that we can speak the same language and share joy and learn about each other. It's a way to learn people's personality, is to dance with them. And so when the community dances, we learn of each other, and we learn to harmonize. We learn to be unified and diverse all at the same time. And
Oh,
so,
yeah. That's a lovely mix, though. You said diversify and on your own. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact
Well,
word
to
you
be
used.
diverse and to be unified, to be,
Unify. Yes.
personal expression and communal harmony
Yep.
is it's a very important part of the dance traditions that, are in my lineage.
Nice.
Is that the community has to hold the space. The community creates the space that holds our individuality, and the individuals have to hold the community space. There's a proverb that says, "I am because we are, therefore I am." And
Aw.
so that's where I come from. I come from many lineages that speak to collective identity, and it's not separate from individual. And there's not a sense that there's a competition. There's a sense that we need each other to, to hold that mirror to each other so that we even know who we are.
Were you around for that mirror conversation earlier?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
yes. Okay. I was like, oh my God, the synchronicities today, just everything, just. No, oh yes, because you were saying the reflection isn't always
The
a
mirror. It
bad
could
thing.
also be a window.
Yes, the window. Oh, it's so beautiful. So if you could, I know this is really hard, but if you could kind of like put your core message in this simplistic form, and it never is. It's always beautifully delicious and bountiful. But if you could put it in a simplistic form in a way that people could share with others, what would that core message be?
Well, I help people unplug from anxiety, reconnect with nature, and lead with inner peace.
I'm feeling the inner peace right now. As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, what are some of the ways in my life or habits that help me feel that way? So I'm going to ask you that question since it came in my mind. What are some of those habits or actions that you take to help you feel that way?
It's the time that I spend, barefoot, walking on soil. It's the
Uh-huh.
time that I spend exchanging energy with trees. You see in my background, I have the baobab trees, and these are ancient trees. They're almost 1,000 years old. They live, in drought conditions, so they know how to store energy for, use. And so by connecting with them, we also learn how to revive energy and store energy for use. Um, so those are ways I go to where there's running water, so that I can, kind of feel the washing of my brain. If I'm not by water, then I listen to the leaves rustle in the wind,
Oh.
because that often sounds like the ocean in the forest. And so I'm always experiencing nature, experiencing the way nature flows so that I can flow. I look at how nature is grounded so I can be grounded. And so those are the ways, and those are the techniques that I teach. I teach people how to harness Earth's energy so that they can really ground themselves and be transformational leaders.
Yes,
We're
please.
living in a time where we really need those skills scaled up and out, and so that's why I'm working with leaders. So it's not only a personal experience, but it's a communal experience.
Nice. I'm just going to take this moment to bring up my co-host, Wandana. Are you ready to come up, Wandana? Okay, double checking. Awesome.
Yeah.
No, it's all
Sorry,
good.
I would have come up sooner. I was totally eavesdropping, and I would have
Of
come up
course.
sooner, except I had stepped away to take get a quick bite, and I had spinach all over my teeth. Like, I don't think people want to see that as much as you
Take
want to be
care of
grounded
yourself.
into nature and the herbs. So sorry about that.
No worries. I think my favorite part of what you just said, Rev, was the imagery of the leaves rustling on the trees sounding like ocean waves. I have been craving ocean waves, and I live near the ocean so badly the last, I don't know, 6 months or so, that I finally convinced my parents to stop at a beach on the way to my aunt's funeral last month, I think it was. Oh my God. It was so nice. But now I want to go in my backyard and listen to my leaves. I just close my eyes and picture an ocean. That's
Yeah,
beautiful.
well, I think, it gives us immediate emotional relief. And scientists tell us, they can track all the negative ions and da 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 da, So I think it's nice to know that our sacred moments have scientific backing
Mm.
to just let us know that yes, this is real. It's not our imagination, and that woo woo is actually okay.
I have to. Can I ask a quick question? Um, is your name actually Rev Del?
Delhi. Hmm. Delhi
Deli?
is my family name, and it means at home. It's the suffix to what would have been a longer name. So we know how our ancestors were brought here to the United States. My ancestor, and where we were sold, and he married a Cherokee woman, and we have just a lot of information. Uh, and I found out in the 80s that Delhi is a Yoruba name, and it means at home. It's the suffix to what would have been a longer name. And
And
Rev is a cultural nickname.
okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. So
it doesn't mean Reverend.
I retired the public use of my first name in 2010.
Okay,
So
Ah.
excellent. I've just been admiring everything that you've been talking about, just from afar. But I just think this whole notion of grounding is so beautiful and
Mhm.
so needed. Um, how do you teach people that?
well, this is I use different tools and techniques. Of course, it works better in person because nature is a being, and it's not just a thing, but she has intelligence, and so she communicates with everyone according to what is needed. And so when I'm doing retreats in nature, we're doing breath work, we're doing inner mindset shifts, and we're practicing being community. So those are the kind of the three categories of activities. I was certified in yoga therapy many years ago, and so the somatic practices are part of what I share. Um, if I have to be online, I typically rely on breath work.
Mm.
And as people move through, they're participating in different wisdom circles that I'm leading. Then we get into the specifics of how do we cooperate, and how do we cooperate with water, fire, air, earth? How do we lift up that those parts of our being that are nature, and how do we become more aligned with that? But again, those are activities that the advanced activities really have to be in nature. We can begin with our breath work, but at some point you just have to touch the earth because she is who she is.
In our culture, we say Mother Earth.
Yes.
Um, but what struck me when you were talking is this notion about um, being at a higher vibration,
Mm-hmm.
and that's really what I felt as you were talking. You know, it's not just the resonating, but it's actually being in a higher vibration and getting to that stage, um, to that state. And I don't know. I just thought it was beautiful. I had to ask you a little bit more about that.
Well,
But
I think you're absolutely right. I don't often use that terminology because it scares some people.
really,
So, you'd be surprised. When I'm working in mainstream settings, and I'm working in mainstream business settings, you have to walk people very slowly back into who they really are, because
Mhm.
they have been told that they have to be this other thing in order to be successful. You have to be this other thing in order to earn money. And so a part of them believes that. And so since they don't want to lose money and they don't want to lose prestige, I have to be very gentle with people to walk them back, to let them know they're more than that anyway. Um,
that's
yeah.
really fascinating. Wow, I didn't think that that would be such a stretch.
I didn't think so either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
But But I think the other piece is that we're living in a time when Earth is rising. She is increasing her frequency. And so if we want to keep up with that, if we want to be comfortable with our mother, then we need to keep up with mom. She's rolling out. And so we need to she's rolling out. She's, hey, look, guys, I can't hang with you guys down there anymore. I need to elevate. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to let go of the baggage and the heaviness that has been part of, three-dimensional understandings, and go ahead and, skip up into the fifth dimension, because that's where we are.
So can I ask you, like, this is, I don't know if this is going to be on topic, but I feel
My
like
job to bring it back.
Okay. So there is, and this is especially meaningful to me. So, but many other people as well. So there, in the metaphysical world, it is said that we are in the age of Aquarius,
Mm-hmm.
and also that in the starting in 2024 for the next 20 years, these are the years of the woman. So I'm doing a lot of stuff as related to women right now, and I just started a women's co-creating collective, and I was just wondering what your thoughts were about that. Have you heard that? Do you believe in that? When we were talking about Mother Earth and her rising, kind of led me down that path.
Yes, I have experienced, I guess, the divine feminine presence increasing in my life, and the need to bring it more front and center in my professional offerings. And so when I have a holistic leadership, that it's a free service that I offer people, and that's one thing we talk about is we assess what is your relationship with the divine feminine, and because it's not related to are you a man or a woman, this is a universal energy that all of us need to maintain balance. And so, and I've noticed that in the environmental sector, it has been more and more women who are really willing to step up to the changes and the transformations that need to be made. And so I'm beginning to shift my work as well, so that I'm working with women leaders and having grandmother circles, and having different ways of strengthening women so that we can bring the balance that's necessary for Earth right now. I think we all understand that we're out of balance, and we're out of balance because we have been following a pretty strong patriarchal story. And now it's time to balance that story and to get back to the story, because this story, it's just a few hundred years old. Okay. If we go back thousands of years, we come back to balance. And so it's time to reclaim our indigenous, and all of us have indigenous roots. It's, every continent has, an indigenous people that were conquered in order for this to in order for us to be where we are today. And I find that really this divine feminine element is the key element in every discipline that's needed to bring us back to balance. It's the key element that must be brought back into the church. It's the key element that must be brought into the environmental movement. When I give talks, I say, Mother Earth needs a seat at the table. Her voice needs to lead the environmental movement. We don't need to be talking about what we're going to do to Earth. We need to understand how are we going to follow our mother's instructions. And so, yes, the divine feminine is very important to me. I think it is, again, the key transformational element that all of us need to learn in order to thrive in the next dimension.
Do you think there's a definition to what divine feminine means, or is it an interpretation? Oh,
well, I think different cultures have different words for defining divine feminine. The words that I use are intuitive, cooperative, circular, and yeah, those are the main words that I tend to use. Nurturing. Um, so those are the words I tend to use. Of course, there's more. Um, And I
Okay.
think it's more than just an interpretation. I think it's an energy pattern. Okay, we have energy patterns that are straight and just go direct from A to B, and then we have energy patterns that meander, and they embrace and they adapt. And I think within that feminine energy is where our adaptability is, and that's what we have not learned how to do. We've not learned uh, how our economic system can adapt to enough. When we actually have enough, we need to
Yes.
stop.
Yes.
So we've not learned to adapt to enough.
I think that's very well put, because we go through this discussion, me and my husband, a lot. It's like, how much more do we need? Like, when's it enough? We don't need all this other stuff, right?
No, and we have to understand that it's an economic system that's driving it. It's an economic system that has tapped into how to manage our desires, and so we need to reclaim our desires and
Mm,
reconnect our desires to what is natural, and because nature tells us, automatically what's enough. And so if we unplug from that system that is linear and doesn't ever stop, then we'll come back into that, the circular patterns of transformation. And there's, typical cycles of birthing, and becoming full, and then dying, and readjusting. And so we have to become comfortable with those cycles of birth and death, to realize that that's the only way you're going to transform, evolve, and actually be content.
beautiful.
So what I'm hearing as I bring it all back is that I can see that you have embodied your feminine, your divine feminine. I'm going to try to copy the same words. But then you also mentioned that whole, what was the word? Bull something. My mind just went blank for a second. You're like that mother bull. No, pit bull. That's what it was.
Pit bull tenacity.
Pit bull.
So what did you say?
I know. It's like sometimes I get half the words. It's like that pit bull energy of just protective and getting things done, which is more of along the lines of the masculine. But what I'm seeing is you as a person are aligning yourself with where you feel the energy around you going. And so you're switching the way that you speak, who you're actually speaking to, what language you actually use. And so I'm going to take this concept of you being nice and flowing in amongst all of that for what we actually need and ask you, how is it that you like to share your message? So you did mention speaking. Is that something that you like to do, or were you just kind of thrown into that?
No. No, I like to speak. I like to share. I like to do keynote addresses because I want to deal with groups of people who are about the business of social change. And so I feel that, the keynote address is one way to do that. I also, I do mentoring, again, within groups, within circles, within spiritual circles. So I have a divine feminine wisdom circle that I'm working with, and the resilience hubs that I am organizing across the country are also using a circle dynamic. We're using the pattern of the beehive. And so I'm working with patterns in nature in terms of growing, I teach market farmers how to identify the sacred geometry on their land so that they can grow in harmony with earth and give her what she needs before they take what they want.
Okay, I have to just pop in to say one thing.
That's not like you wanted.
Have you heard about the Fibonacci sequence?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think about that? Like, do you believe in sort of the patterning that it represents? Do you think that has any significance to what you were just talking about?
You see that sequence in nature. You see it in pine cones.
Yeah,
you see
yeah.
it in sunflowers.
And sunflowers, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so it's just a fact. I mean, it exists. And so whether I believe in it or not, the sun rises and sets whether I believe in it or not.
But do you think that there is a special way it relates to other things that we do, or the way we behave, or is it a guidance? What do you think it actually is?
It is a spiral that shows us healthy growth patterns.
That's basically what I was going to say.
Okay.
I was like, to me, because we use the Fibonacci sequence in architecture as well, it is something that happens healthily in nature. And so when we can recognize that in other things, it means that is healthy. That is the way that the pattern should go. When it doesn't meet that, all of a sudden something feels off. And we can't necessarily explain why.
We have to delve into this a little bit more, but we don't have to do it right now. I'm just fascinated by what you just said, honestly. Or that, what Rev was saying, just it's anyway, I'll leave it at that, but we have to talk about it at some point.
Healthy Mother Nature. I love it. No, it's great.
Yeah.
So then you do speaking, Rev. Do you also write? Do you podcast? Like, what other ways do you like to amplify your message? Did you freeze? She may have frozen.
I think she's frozen.
Her internet was doing so well.
It was. A couple of little glitches, but
there you go.
Okay, I lost you guys for a minute.
That's okay. You're back. My question was, what other ways do you like to share your message? So you do speak, but do you also write?
Okay, well, I've written
podcasts?
a couple of books, and
Do you have the books?
okay, you see, I'm having fun. Where I live has some sort of, they're not connected properly. My internet provider has told me that there's a problem, and they haven't fixed it. So anyway, so I've written 2 books, and so I like doing author talks. My last book is Daughter of the Tree, Walking in the Woods with Sojourner Truth, and it's a children's book written for adults because it shows Sojourner Truth. This is historical fiction, but it shows that Sojourner Truth was a well-known abolitionist. She was one of the founders of the women's movement in the United States. And she was a former slave, and she was a very powerful speaker. But people don't know that as a child, she had a daily spiritual discipline in nature. She thought God heard you better outdoors. And so I wrote my book about that, about her spiritual formation in nature and how that was the basis for her strength in her social justice work. And so I like doing author talks with parents and with schools. I want young people to do what she did at 9 years old. Can you imagine building a prayer house in nature? And she said she visited it at least once a day. And so I would love for children to take charge of their spiritual journey in nature and just become all that they are meant to be. And so that's another way I share my message. The first book, the first 2 books that I wrote were spiritual. One is just a little inspirational, devotional kind of book. And then I wrote a 5-week Bible study called Breath of Life, growing closer to God and growing a secure community by loving creation. Mm-hmm. And so that's another way I like to talk to religious groups so that they can also explore how does your sacred text talk to you about creation, because it does. And how can you relate to your sacred text and how it discusses the divine feminine, because it does. Those passages just haven't been chosen to beat you over the head with because they don't beat you over the head. They're very inviting and full and just full of life and joy. And so those are also ways I like to share, or places I like to share my messages. with church conferences and again, group gatherings.
Oh, yes, we talked about dance earlier. Have you ever used dance to share your message as well?
Absolutely. I have, in fact, I typically do. If I'm, see, a lot of what I share is always in person, it's always integrated. So there's always song, there's always dance, there's always story. And I've, developed, communal dances, around the sacred text. And then there are just traditional indigenous dances that people have been doing for thousands of years to align ourselves with the heartbeat of our mother and to align our heartbeat with each other.
Okay, so I have to share like personal stuff at the moment. You said the heartbeat with the mother, and immediately my mind went to every time I wake up in the morning for the last, I don't know, lots of months. Um, it's like really fast heartbeat, palpitations. Like I feel like I have a boom box on my chest, and it's not fun. But then when you said the heartbeat with Mother Nature, it's like I need to go outside and hug a tree.
Absolutely.
When was the last time I hugged my favorite tree, which I don't live next to anymore, so I can't go visit her, but we say goodbye. I have to find a new tree, and I have to go hug more trees.
That's what I did during COVID. I went
Oh,
outside and I actually put my heart against the tree until there was a resonance
yeah.
and there was an energy exchange. And I would allow that energy exchange to occur as long as was necessary for me to come back to myself.
Yep.
And yes, so it's an important practice.
Yeah. I found this tree in particular because right at like, if I reached my hand out straight, perfectly straight with my shoulder, there was a handprint in the bark by discolored bark, exactly my hand size, at exactly that height. And it had a flat spot in front of it for me to stand, and it had branches at the same heights as if it was somebody hugging me. And so I
Wow.
was like, this has to be the tree that I'm speaking to, that I'm hugging. And so every time I would go for a walk, I would go meet that tree. I would put my hand on the tree. I would just feel into the tree. And then usually tears came
Wow. That's beautiful.
until it got to the point where I didn't need the tree anymore. And the tree was like, no, you're done. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I still need you. And it was like, no, you're done. I love you. Go find a new tree. Oh, okay.
Even George Washington Carver said that if you love anything enough, it will speak to you.
Yep.
And so here is someone that in the United States we lift up as a scientist and a big, business innovator. And yet he tells people, or he told people, that everything he had either came from nature or came from conversations with God.
Ooh. Isn't that a book? Conversations with God.
It is.
I don't believe I've read that one yet. I have lots of books. Well, those aren't lots. Most of that is full. But I've read about a tenth of them. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, our first university is in nature. And, I think, and each species is a book. And so those are books to read also.
Yes. Oh. So what I'm hearing is go outside, hug that beautiful tree that has all the leaves that sound like ocean waves, and go roll in the dirt like my cat did yesterday. I was like, my cat is acting like a dog. Okay.
And find circumstances where you can join with your community in doing that. And then that's where we create the security, that idea that we don't have to be afraid of one another, that we can be in each other's presence and we can share, and we will all have more than enough.
Definitely. I want to make sure we have about 5 minutes left, but I want to make sure that people know where to find you and what your favorite way of communicating is.
Well, my favorite way of communicating is by telephone. Can you imagine that? I invite people to call me without making an appointment. So, I know that's just obscene and very outlandish, but I do. And so, my phone is 804 area code 389-5150. You're also welcome to email me, rev@revdele.com. I also have, and I don't know that you have, is there a chat that where I can put in?
Oh. I just put it in the chat.
Okay.
So now it's on all the lives.
Okay. And, and then, you can make an appointment. What about, should I put that? I have a Calendly link. Should I do that or?
I don't tend to. I just tend to put email or phone number. And
okay.
then
Well, that's okay. So that's fine. But, so I invite people to, if they're interested in bringing those concepts not only into their personal life, but into their communal life. That's where I do the holistic leadership breakthrough. And we talk about how do you, manage your personal balance? How do you harness Earth's energy? And how do you master that so that you can share it with others?
So if there was an ideal way, like everything's all aligned, everything's perfect, you don't need anything, connections, money, movement, I don't know, whatever it happens to be. If you could have an ideal way to share your message, what would that look like?
Oh, my ideal way to share a message?
Ideal way.
My ideal way would be retreats in nature.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. I do love a good retreat.
Yeah. And, in lots of different locations so that people can experience the lessons of diverse ecosystems.
I have to tell you, Rev, that was the first thing that came to my mind when Laura asked the questions. Like, I know she's going to say retreats, but I thought you were going to say retreats.
Yeah, that's my ideal way, but people can't always. Yeah, but they can't always do that. And so I try to bring that retreat feeling into my keynote addresses. And that's why they tend to be pretty active and very interactive so that we can experience, what's possible. And then together figure out, what makes sense for a retreat.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yeah. Get me out of my comfort zone. That's what I need for a retreat. And make sure I'm safe.
And when you get out into nature and in unfamiliar territory, it's just what it does to your mind is just amazing. Like how you open up and how you
it opens it
metamorphosize.
Kind of, yes, it sheds, it helps you to shed things that are no longer useful.
Mm-hmm.
And it breaks open your mind so that you can imagine new possibilities. And then you take that excitement back, into your everyday life and you begin, peeling that open. And so then, there's your excitement, there's your joy. It's like, oh gosh, but you've got to let go of the other layers and in a way that where you still feel whole, and
where are you located, Rev?
I am right now I'm in Louisiana. I'm in the southern part of the United States.
Yeah.
Where are you located?
I'm in Toronto, but I'm from Fort Lauderdale.
Ah, okay.
But I've been in Toronto for a long time.
Well, my Micmac mentor is in Nova Scotia.
Hey.
And I travel. I travel extensively. Like I said, I still have Resilience Hub work with young adults in upstate New York and in different places along the eastern seaboard. So people ask, where am I from? It says, well, I travel, So.
Travel.
Got it.
I grew up traveling, and so it's very comfortable for me.
Me too.
My father was an officer in the Air Force, and so when we traveled, we were well cared for. And so moving doesn't upset me. And my mother taught us how to be adventurous and to take emotional risks. And so I have no problem being in a new setting and opening myself up for, just wholesome intimacy.
And it's adapting, right? It teaches you so much about adaptability.
Right. And so I grew up with that. So, now it's 68, it's not a thing.
So great meeting you, Rev.
Oh, it was a delight. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And I guess to be continued.
And I appreciate you playing with us a little bit right before your interview as well. So thank you for that.
Okay. Well, I guess until the
Yeah.
next time.
Yes, definitely. We'll see you later, Rev.
Peace.
Bye.
Yeah, how do I get out of here?
That's fine. I'll remove you.
Okay.
There we go. So our next guest is backstage. Hi, Leah. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come to the stage. Awesome. I love how quick you were just like, yes. Bring him.
Get me on there now.
I had talked to, RMK Productions, Kevin Malcolmore, and he had given me a little tip on how to set up your setting. So with the camera.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What was the tip?
Just to have, so you have this much range, like of your body in the shot. So you don't look like you're.
Yeah.
And I tend to lean forward a lot.
I do too. I'm like, yeah, what'd you say?
Yeah. So he said like to position yourself so you're more in the picture. You already are doing it, both of you. So like, you know what to do. So you're good.
I do. And I have this light because if I don't have this light, then everything gets really dark back there.
I know I have it in the back, but what I was going to do is get my Moby light out finally, but I'm not sure how to position it with how my desk is in the corner. You put it behind the laptop or you put it behind your head? I couldn't figure that out. Where you put it?
What's a
to the
Moby
side
light?
of you? Like, where would you put the Moby light?
What's a Moby light?
So the Moby light is the round.
Like this?
Yeah, I have another one that they call it that, but it goes on a tripod, a big tripod, like a camera. Yeah, exactly.
See how dark it gets when I remove it?
Really dark. Wow.
Yeah. That's how
I have
important
that
lighting
light
is.
going up, but it's good because it shoots the light forward, so it's not so dark where I am.
So you're just going to get it behind the scenes. So I have this light, which you can kind of see.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Cool.
This I actually got from Lisa Nichols because I won one of her
love
prizes.
that.
So I keep that behind my laptop, like right above my camera, so that no matter what, my white face is always very red on camera. And then at the same time, I have dark walls. When you have dark walls, you have to have so much light. So
I see what you're saying. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. The horrible overhead lights, which are your typical lights, tend to have an orange tinge, which just makes all of this worse. So usually what happens is this ring light, which I use to light up the wall so that it doesn't look so dark.
So you put that on the side and then you put the other light in front of you.
Yeah. So usually what happens is if I turn this down, we're getting a tech lesson here. I can change what color it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So usually I'll put it on a green. And then when I turn it up, it's a subtle green. So then when green is on my red face, it doesn't seem so red.
I love that. That's nice.
Yeah. And then earlier I had this little mini tripod set up with my Bluetooth headphones like this sitting right beside me. And then I had voice messaged our first guest via Facebook Messenger through the Bluetooth so that you wouldn't double hear him. And then every time Wandana spoke, I had to take my Bluetooth headphones and put them next to the microphone so that he could hear her.
Oh my God. I didn't know you were going through all that hoopla.
But like you never know what's going to happen with tech. There's always something.
Yeah.
Hey, what kind of light do you have behind your laptop? Which is the one from Lisa Nichols? What is it called? Or what is it exactly?
Litones, I think it's called. It's one of those lights that grab onto your desk and has that full arm that can rotate and move around.
Okay.
So no matter where I am and what I'm doing, I can
Blue Talks group if you can. That would be so cool just to post that. I think it's good to kind of have this. This would even be great to do a little training on this too. Just you know what I mean? And well, obviously what we're talking about, we're live anyway, so we're so perfectly.
I'm Just gonna keep pressing the buttons. This actually used to be in between my slats. So yeah, we should totally do a training on this. In front of me, I actually have car felt because they didn't have any sound or any other felt. And then I took a piece of plywood, pine plywood. So it needs to be certain types of wood that'll absorb certain types of sound. So I did architecture, right? So like I get some of this, not all of it, but some of it. And so I cut it into 1.5-inch slats.
Oh, excellent.
I put
Okay.
a slat across the wall, then I put the felt, then I put my vertical slats. So that
Love
in
that.
front, when I have the sound bouncing this way, it catches a lot of it before it bounces behind me and you don't get the echo.
Smart.
Yeah. But let's talk about you.
Sure. Let's go.
I know. But yeah, we could talk about that for a while. And I don't need any of this, so I'm moving it out of my way. So Leanne, I like to start off every interview the same way because I'm doing research first off, which I'm probably either going to make into a book or a TED Talk or both. We'll figure it out. But
Sounds
really
good.
what happens is it's a loaded question. We're going to learn a lot about you before you ever tell us anything about you.
All right.
No pressure. No pressure.
No. And that's the thing is the answer might change every single time I ask you this question. But in the moment,
Probably will.
oh yeah, it always does. It always does. I actually have an Excel spreadsheet now I'm putting in all the data for the hundreds of interviews I've done so I can start to narrow it down. But here's the question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Positive
No pressure.
energy.
Sorry?
Positive energy would be one.
Mm-hmm.
Motivated
Uh-huh.
and resilient.
Resilient. I think I spelled that right. Yep, I did. It didn't give me a red line.
RESILIENT.
Otherwise, I'd get that squiggly red line underneath.
Yeah.
So positive energy, motivated, and resilient.
Yes.
I've already had the pleasure of meeting you before, so I'm not surprised by any of these words. But can you tell those who have never met you, positive energy, motivated, and resilient, what do those words have to do with your core message and your business?
Well, I think because my life has not been as I wanted it and has not always been exactly how I wanted it to be, it has been a journey of working through various health issues. It has brought me to people that I didn't expect to ever meet when you're going through programs that you participate in to learn about others, learn about yourself through others, going through their situations, whether it's mental health, whether it's chronic pain, or yes, exactly, or psychological trauma, PTSD, and then all these programs that I've done and all these treatments I've had to do, whether it's through concussions as well, car accidents, etc. It has really, what I've started to realize is my business is me. I am my business model. I am the business. And it's taken a long time to figure that out. But I think at this point, being 44 years old, facing everything I've faced, and making that realization this year that I'm going to invest in me. I have done various things with my health, but this time it's my turn.
I really want to know more about what you mean when you say, I am my business model.
So I am a performer as well.
Okay.
And interesting enough, when I was a kid, I started off with, I played the viola. I was also in chorus. I did musical theater from 3rd grade on. I also took voice lessons when I was 16. And then I was in show choir. I was in dance theater. I took dance since I was 3. So when you're an actor, your body is your product. So you are bringing your body to all of your auditions, for example. So you are the product. So you are already your business model. There is no confusing that. So basically, you need to learn to take care of it, take care of your body, whether that's now that I've learned all more facets from that, but body, mind, spirit.
Yeah.
And there's so many, intricacies with that because it's complex. It's not simplistic. And because I've been through so much for so long, I was on disability for many, many, many years, 2009 onward. And then I finally got off disability in Canada and the United States. But it's taken a long time to get here. And that doesn't mean I still don't have one. I still have to live my life around it. So I feel at this point, well, look at all those years of insight that you can't teach in a book. So I am my own product from my own knowledge, from my own wisdom, from my own experience of living through those challenges. And then I get to bring that to the table with everything I decide to do with my life. And so I'm on the verge right now of publishing a new book. I am also on the verge of working on actually the Authority magazine, waiting for it to go live, my article. And I just found out randomly a photo that I had taken of my deer, because you know I love to post about my deer. They're not my deer, but I love deer. And it is going to be in a photo competition. One of the pictures I took, I decided to submit it. I think I submitted 2 of them. And so they gave me the inkling to be able to do that. And on top of that, I am, obviously back working with Corey, and I'm also working with someone else as well online to help me more with some aspects of social media that I really thought she would be really good at with the marketing avenue. And of course with Corey, I know I'd get all that too, but I think it's also important to have differences of perspective because that helps me. I learn better from different people. And look at my life with everything I've been through. It makes so much sense. It's something that I think is so important. When you're building these different things, I also know that I'm a hard worker. I've worked so hard to even improve my health to today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one who's taken me to my medical appointments. I'm the one that said, okay, let's do that. Let's get that injection. Let's do that ablation. Let's get that Botox. Let's get those nerve injections. Every time I made that decision, I chose me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of times we don't talk about that enough with our health, is how brave it is to go to that appointment, how brave it is to get that help, how brave it is to come back to get more. Mm-hmm. It's like seeing therapy. How many times we don't take enough credit and build that beauty in ourselves to understand how hard it is to face someone again. Say, I need help.
Well, you're definitely preaching to the converted.
Yes.
Story for another day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So those are some ways that I have figured out. And as a musician, major part of, creating music. I just performed with a band for the first time recently. And so it's all these pieces, and then not even that, this collaboration with this new band called River's End, they're on Spotify and all their music's on there. On top of that, they want to do another album and they want the newer members to participate in creating that new album. On top of that, they're going to help me create the album I've been wanting. So
Amazing.
What I'm learning, when you choose you choose who you spend your time with and who you give your energy to. Because energy, another area that doesn't get talked about enough, how you spend it. We need to think of like a battery, right? When do we need to recharge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those plug-ins that you stick in the rechargeable batteries.
Mm-hmm.
When it's dead, you're no good to anybody and you're no good to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
How many times I've caught myself, I give and give and give and give, and I'm wondering why I'm depleted, why I have nothing for me. And too many times in our society, we're taught that that's selfish. but it's not.
Mm-mm.
Putting that energy into you, when you heal you, when you improve you, you improve and heal every person around you.
That's right.
And there's too many people that still say you need to do more for others than you do to yourself. I disagree with that. You need to do both equally. If you give and give and give, you're going to get burnt out. That's why so many caregivers that take care of others that don't take care of themselves, they end up getting sick. And they ignore their health issues.
It's interesting. I went through a medical crisis recently, and
Sorry.
there were a lot of things that I learned from that subconsciously. And one of the things was similar to you. I'm a big giver, so I give and give and give to the point where it's not good for me.
Right.
And after that incident, it was like, what am I doing? It's like, and it was like a clean break. It's like, no, me first. And that's what it came to, you know, because
And
I
this is one
never,
of the things Wandana gave to me. I've had it lit this whole time.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Beautiful.
I was going to ask you. She loves
Lilac.
lilacs.
Mm-hmm.
So
They smell beautiful. I love that. My mom has some in her yard, and it's like the aroma is just so nice.
yeah,
Favorite 3 weeks of the year.
yeah.
Just
Now, hopefully, 12 months of the year. Now that you
Exactly.
get a candle.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But Leanne, I just have to say, I've known you for at least a couple years now because of Blue Talks and Corey in this community. Wow. Your conviction today compared to every other time I've seen you is so on point that I just want to take a moment to celebrate that.
Thank you.
And to reflect that back at you, if you haven't noticed already.
Thank you.
This is like a different Leanne, and I'm loving it. Because it's also the Leanne that's saying the exact same things that I told myself. Like, I'm doing up my website, and I'm trying to think, like, what do I put in my bio? And I scrapped everything that I normally do, and I basically said that after almost dying 7 times, I learned 2 main things. The biggest lesson was to choose me.
Mm.
The hardest lesson was how much courage that takes.
It does.
Like, oh, and that's basically where all of our conversations have been today.
And that you brought tears to my eyes because
I know, right? It's because it's so powerful, and we don't think it is.
Yeah, because you don't realize how much you put out, and it's hard because when I know for myself with how many challenges I've had to overcome just to be, like just to be able to do the things I love, just to be able to do those things. And it's so interesting when so many people try to dismiss your experience. My thought is this: everybody's plate size is different. There's no point of comparing because it doesn't matter the size of the plate. When it's full, it's full. And that's the point, is we need to stop doing that. We need to stop dismissing others by our own experience. I know for myself, every plate that I've received, I filled that plate up again. I've had to step over a new hurdle, or in spiritual communication, basically you're beating another cycle. It's another karmic cycle that you're overcoming. And when you're taking those steps each time to the new cycle, it's like you're seeing yourself as a new you. Like you're all of a sudden, it's almost like you're getting a new coat, a new piece. And now you have to try that on for size. See how that feels. See how you breathe in it, how you live in it, and what you do with it. And there's no right or wrong. I think we got to stop getting to this right or wrong crap and just come back to the simplistic. Do your best. Just do your best. Effort over result. Doesn't matter how many times your book gets purchased, for example. That doesn't matter. The secret is getting one person's attention and putting some life into that person that was really holding on to the dark too much. And if you can push just one, then you've done your job.
I'm going to send you a plate next time I send you a gift.
It's going to be this big.
And I'm going to put that on the wall. And I'm going to have to get like a little sign. I'll have to get someone to like wood engrave it or something. One plate at a time. No. That's brilliant.
A whole plate.
I love that.
Couldn't resist. Although I do agree with what you're saying completely.
That is like a 10-pointer right there.
Maybe like Barbie-sized plates with just cute little sayings on them instead of great big ones. And then maybe we have like the old school, the old school wooden shelves for all the little.
Oh my God! Yes.
I was picturing those giant turkey plates.
Like
you put a
grandma's.
Yes, like those. Oh, see how
gigantic.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. That was good. Kind of like the whole spoon analogy. Okay, we have a different rack over here for spoons, motivational spoons, and we have motivational plates. Barbie It'd be so
it's
cute.
True, but it's something that I think we don't think about enough. Is how we reflect back. And I mean, it's like if you're lucky and you don't have allergies and you can have a dog around or a cat and you see how they behave around you when you're sad and you look at them, right? I remember when I had my Chihuahua and I had a cat, and I remember they would come by and I'd be talking to my dog and be, will you stop feeling my feelings? like stop it. Because they absorb our feelings, and they are like mirrors of what we're facing. And that's the energy we bring outdoors. And that doesn't mean you have to be perfect.
I have to tell you, our dogs or cats are like, we have two of our kids are girls, and they're like, emotional, hormonal, whatever. And, I don't know how many years this goes on, but it's been a while. So, dog and cat will look at them, the female dogs and cats look at them and go like, seriously, again? Roll their eyes and walk away. The boys are not like that.
Yeah. No. But it makes a difference. Like, you don't realize when you go out there. Now, here's the thing. Everybody goes through a tough time. And when you're going through that time, the best thing you can do is like a warm cloth against your skin. Be gentle. And because you're not allowed to be perfect.
I had a heating pad earlier, and now I just have a fuzzy blanket.
It must be getting to that time of the day because, like, now we're acting. We're not doing that with anybody before.
But it makes a big difference. Isn't it fun? It's so much fun when you like poke fun at yourself a little bit. It really is. It's great. It's funny. My mom gave me a Care Bear last year. And man, I've hugged that sucker a lot this year, and I never thought. And it's so funny. When I was a kid, I always wanted a Care Bear, right? When Care Bears were actually on. And my favorite character was Grumpy. And I don't know why, but I just loved him because he was always he was the wisest one. He always had this insight with the way he looked at things, even though he was grumpy. And I just like that, and we can all be grumpy, right? And we're allowed to be grumpy too. And I think that's the thing too, is what is that song? My favorite. It's my party. I'll cry if I want to, right? When you think of that song, we're allowed to give ourselves a pity party. Just don't stay there for long periods of times. Mm-hmm. Pick your time limit. Usually for me, it's a day, because if I take too much longer, it can be not great. It's the same thing with clothes. I might give myself one day to have the pajama day, but majority of the time, I do better when I change at least once. And that's just a psychological pick-me-up thing that I learned. Another thing I've learned is make my bed. I learned that too. Yes. There's something about it. If you have no energy to do anything else, just do that. If you can. Some people have physical challenges that make that harder. Yeah. At the same time, whatever you can do to make that happen doesn't have to look perfect. It's just the idea of doing it, because it just makes you feel better because you can check that off your list. I did that today.
I really like the bed making one, and I do it as soon as I get up. But I really like it because no matter what kind of day I've had, I
Right.
come back at the very end of the day to a made bed.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, so everything can end fine. And that's what it feels like, is it feels kind of like that hug at the end of the day that says everything's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
I have a factoid that might change your mind.
About making your bed?
What are we going to add to this now?
You got to air it out. Get some of the dead skin cells
Basically,
off.
I was told that don't make your bed, leave it totally open and undone, because then you have less dust mites.
Unless you have cats, and then they will trail all of the kitty litter from down in the basement upstairs into your bedroom, into your sheets, and then you're rolling on little rocks all night long.
Ew. That's a tough one.
Well, I like to make my bed just the same, and I clean my sheets every week. So come on, which is always a good idea, right? Anyway, so
we do that too.
Whatever floats your boat. I mean, whatever helps, whatever that is for you. You know, but I think it's the pattern. It's a habitual pattern it doesn't take a lot of money to do. It takes none. And it just takes you to give whatever that is for you, give you commitment at the end of the day or beginning of the day, that you get to see this thing that you created and you finished. And it's, like I said, check off the list. Because I remember one time many years ago, 2010, and that's when I first got diagnosed with fibromyalgia. And I was having such severe pains at that time, didn't understand any of it.
Yep.
And I remember doing this class, and they had said programs and different things. And that's what they said to do, is to write down what you do. And even when I was back and that was in Ontario when I got diagnosed, when I was back in Nova Scotia and I did the pain clinic, they also taught me something. She said, Leanne, do something for me. For the next 3 days, I want you to write down everything you do in a day. And so I did that. She said, don't tell me when you go to the bathroom, okay? So she said, just write everything else. So I said, all right, I'll do this. And honestly, it was the most eye-opening exercise, because when I finished at the end, I realized how much more I was doing. Now, you probably ask, why did she ask me to do that? Because when you hit your flare-up line, right? So everybody has a baseline. So whatever that baseline is with your pain level, okay? You figure that baseline. That's your best days, wherever that is, okay? And what ends up happening for some of us who have chronic conditions or chronic pain is we'll end up doing way more on the better days. And then what you end up doing is you hit burnout and you hit what's called your flare-up line. Okay, so your flare-up line is like angled. Your baseline is straight if you picture a graph.
Did you say flare line?
Flare-up line. Yes,
Flare
up. Yeah, so FLARE. And so the sooner you hit the flare-up line, what you do is you decrease your baseline. And you hit that a lot faster. And what happens when you have chronic pain, like fibro or lupus or any of these chronic autoimmune disorders, you end up in more pain for a lot longer periods. So you could be out 2 or 3 months, 2-3 weeks past that date, now that you've have basically lengthened your pain level. So the secret is to only try your best to not hit the flare-up line. Because the more you challenge that baseline, the better you're going to feel, and your baseline's going to keep going up, and you're going to improve.
It's so simple, but so logical, right?
Right. I had a doctor who...
Why are we not doing this about so many things?
I know it can work in so many ways. You're not wrong. I had a doctor as well in Ontario, and she was fantastic. She told me something. She said, Leanne, look, you may never get to 100%, okay? You may get to 70%, but I want you to celebrate it. She said, we have no idea where you're going to get to. But think about the 1% improvement. Because if you can get to 1, you can get to 2, you can get to 3, and so on. And honestly, I've used that strategy every time I've been hit back with an injury. So my mind now is programmed that every time a challenge comes, I think back to the last time I overcame another one. And I think about all the steps I took to keep moving forward. And this is just a pattern because of the way my life's been. So it's natural for me. It's my mind is, how can I improve? I'm very solution oriented because I've had health issues for so long with so many different challenges or walls that I've hit so many times. And the reason that what keeps me going is not because I want to hit many walls. It's that I have so many dreams I want to live, so many things I want to go to. And if I quit, I will never get there. I won't even have a chance.
Leanne, I was also told something by one of my doctors recently, and even my husband, and it was, and this may help you, it's not to look at everything in terms of what's happening in the next hour, what's happening in the next day, but look at it in segments of time. So like a week or a month, and then you look back at where you were at the beginning of the segment and at the end of the segment, and it's good to have a little bit of time to evaluate where things are. Otherwise, you'll go crazy if you're evaluating it every minute and every day, right? Because you won't see that improvement.
Right. Well, you call that hypervigilance, and I think that's a natural byproduct of living with a chronic condition.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's what we choose to be like that, but I think it's when you've been through enough and it happens. Like I had multiple concussions, and each of them hit me different because the first one wasn't even acknowledged as a concussion. They didn't even diagnose it as that. But now knowing everything I do now, it was, because I now know all the symptoms that are associated. And a lot of times people don't realize, but like, for example, a concussion is a TBI, traumatic brain injury.
Mm-hmm.
And there's confusion with what is a concussion and how it's caused. You can get into a car accident and not hit your head, but your body being shaken.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
It can cause a concussion.
Yep.
And for me, I had, at the time when I had 2 of them in less than 2 years, okay, basically. And so I had second impact syndrome, which is still, in a sense, another concussion.
Yep.
And interesting, I found there's a correlation between concussions and post-traumatic stress disorder, because chronic pain, any type of chronic condition, can also cause PTSD. Because think about it this way, right? You're trying to heal, and then you get better, and then you have a huge setback. That's traumatic because you've worked so hard to get to this point, and you're like, finally, now I can go do this next thing I want to do. And then you get another one, and you get another one, and it hits you down, and now you have to get back up again. It is very difficult on the mindset, on the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not for the faint of heart, this process. Let me tell you that. It really isn't. I mean, many people quit, unfortunately. But I think I've been blessed with a strong, stubborn spirit. And thankfully, I've had family that has always instilled in me to keep going. Don't quit,
Beautiful.
no matter what, right? And it just keeps you going forward and just keeps going in that pattern so that you never stop.
You
and
know,
the dreams are my fuel. You know, my dreams to live that those dreams are my fuel.
It reminds me of Meghan McCain when she was speaking about John McCain at his funeral. And one of the things that she was told by her father when she was really upset and just spiraling down was that, Meghan, nothing will break you. And just hearing that, like I rehearse that in my own mind, like even for my own kids, like nothing will break you. And just hearing that and having that reinforced, it's such an empowering message, you know, just to hear somebody say that to you and really mean it. So
and that works until you've TMI for some people. So warning, trigger warning. If you've ever been to the point of attempting suicide, there's no way you can believe that.
Yeah, I hear it. And I
It's like, I'd like to believe that, but because I've experienced that and I failed and I still want it to do it.
And that's the part of the brain that, unfortunately, and they talk about it like in the amygdala, it's almost those correlation to the addiction center. It's like this part of the brain that is overfiring.
Yeah.
and constantly repeating,
Mhm.
in a way, giving you the message. And I've had my fair share of thoughts. But one thing I have learned with them is that voice that's haunting is not the voice you want to be friends with. It's the voice you want to fight. The voice that's calm and kind is the voice you want to hear.
So when you are at in the pit
Mm-hmm.
and you don't think you can climb back out,
Mm-hmm.
what is it? What is it that you do, or what is it that it takes to, I guess, hit that first rung to try to climb out? Like, what is it that has to happen for you to get out of that situation, or to start, like, just start?
Yeah. Do you want me to start and then you continue?
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate for you to answer.
Yeah, and then you
That
can
was
just
my
continue.
instinct.
Awesome. For me, what I felt was that I needed to hit that moment of, I call it surrender. And in one of these interviews, somebody gave me a better word, but it's the energy of, I'm not going to resist anymore. I'm not going to try to fix anymore. I'm not going to try to resolve. Like, I'm too busy trying to use all of my energy to push myself in a certain direction or to hide everything in my closet, that there's zero energy left to do anything else. And because you're like that 90, 95, 99, 100% doing that thing, there has to be that kind of reverse 180 of almost no energy is put toward that. That's that energy of the surrender.
I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a quote from a movie, Benjamin Cumberbatch, when he played one of the, it was like a magic, whatever his character was, and there was a line in it that had to do with, believe it or not, you gain more control when you relinquish it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And that's hard for people to grasp, because your brain is like, what do you mean if I give up control, I have more control? How is that possible? But in reality, it's because of attachment. If you think of the law of attachment, when we attach too much to the thing we want, we actually can, in a sense, block it from entering our lives. So the idea of detaching from what we first believed can actually gives us a little bit more freedom and opening to a new possibility, a new direction, a new idea, a new concept.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah. And when I have been struggling, what I do, and because I believe in a higher power, I believe in the universe, God for me, and I know not everybody does, but I think believing in something greater, that you can accomplish greater, is a good way to look at it, even if you don't believe. It's to understand that your breath, if you can't believe in anything else, breathe in that, believe in that. Because if you can breathe in and out and focus on your breath, that makes you present. So when you're focused on simple tasks like holding a stone in your hand and you're just grasping that, that's real, that's in the present, because you're feeling it right now. That takes you out of those feelings for a second, even if it's just for a minute, like a moment. And just doing that work.
I got my stones.
But doing that work, and it doesn't have to be anything fancy or flashy. It could just be a stone you find on the ground. Anything. And it just grounds you because you're in that present moment. So coming back to the present is how you shift those minds. The other part of this is, if you do believe in a higher power, whatever part of that you do believe in, it's surrendering to that higher part. So for me, you can also use surrendering to your higher self, because in our higher self is, if you've ever heard of, like in therapy, there's PAC, right? Parent, adult, child. There's a system, okay? So parent, adult, child is which part of you is in charge. And when you're a combination of the three is when your higher self is in actually the healthiest form. when the parent is overpowering the child, you're going to be in fight within your mind. Just as the other way, if the child is overpowering a parent, it's the same thing. So somehow it's being the adult, but allowing your youthfulness and your wisdom to kind of work together as a team rather than against each other. And a lot of it is like what Laura was saying too, is when you resist that concept, what you resist persists. It's that saying that you learn over and over again. And that's the kind of thing that I think people miss out on, is they push against it. I need to feel better now. Well, unfortunately, things don't happen as quick as we would like. And believe me, I may seem like I am strong and powerful in this moment, but I've had my moments where I'm on my knees asking for help, crying, pulling myself together and trying to stand up.
And that takes the most courage.
It really does. And it's not easy.
It's not a weakness. It's
no,
strength.
It's not. And that's why I hate that saying when people end their life, they're cowards. I hate that, because no darn well, let me tell you something. The strength that anybody takes to even do that is not a coward. That is not a coward. What they tried to do is to fight the demon in their mind.
And save everybody else from it.
Exactly. And that's a huge part of it. And it's that part. And so we need to be more mindful of how we treat others, because, and this is also something I want to bring up. I just came to me recently, communication. Okay. This is something I'm noticing so much in our society lately. And I don't know why this is happening more and more, but I think COVID did something to all of our brains. When someone reaches out to you, and if you're not interested in hanging out with that person, please answer them. Say, I'm sorry, I'm just too busy right now, I can't. I'd rather hear that than you ghost me and never respond. I am tired of this ghosting problem. Stop it. Stop ghosting people. Just answer and leave. And if they don't respect that, then you can block them at that point. But give them the answer and give them the benefit of the doubt, because that's the right thing to do. You open that door for them. Don't just slam it in their face and walk away, because anybody who's struggled with mental health, that's invalidation. And when you hit that invalidation nerve, that person who's struggled with their mental health is now going to have a more difficult day.
Yeah. But if we go back to the gaslighting just for a moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to generalize here, but generally when people gaslight is because they have emotions or something that they need to communicate that they are uncomfortable communicating with. And instead of dealing with it themselves,
touche,
they put the onus on the other person to deal with it in their way, which isn't always either.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking to that person with mental health issues. Because like Leanne asks me to hang out. I don't really want to hang out with Leanne, but I don't want to face that emotion in me.
You're not wrong there. That's the right words and the right language.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is just sometimes if you can try, there's no perfection with this, but even if you forget, still respond. Just say something. Anything is better than nothing.
Yeah.
We have a friend of ours that just likes to send a letter. Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. My kids do that all the time, especially my son. Okay. Oddly enough, that's his first initial as well.
And my daughter thinks that I know when she reads text messages from me, not messenger ones, but like actual phone text messages. So she won't respond thinking, oh, I've already got your message. But I'm on the other end going, I don't even know if she read it. Like I'm expecting at least the bottom line of K, but no, I don't even get that. I told her last week, because like you need to send me something, because we went to a funeral and then she went to a birthday party right afterwards. And I went to pick her up the next morning. And I'm like, I can't get into the building. So I need her to know that I'm here waiting in the lobby. Like, just let me know.
It's funny now, but it's not funny then.
Oh, it's not funny in the moment. We had.
Well, that's what I mean by communication. Is is just that little bit of communication. And I think where this all stemmed from, believe it or not, is online dating. People ghost people. They'll talk to them for months and then poof, they disappear like a magic trick. And I think it's this concept that we think if we disappear, and we kind of all know this, that's an answer. Well, I don't know. I think we should go back to communication. See, when we didn't have online or cell phones, how did you communicate? You had to pick up the phone, or you rode your bike to that person's house when we were kids, or you knocked on the door, right? And I understand things have changed. Technology has improved. I get that. And there's some really awesome things about technology. I mean, look at us. We're not all in the same place, and we're yet in the same place, which is kind of cool, right? And so that way it's awesome. But I think we could start slowly entering a bit more in our lives where we just communicate. Even if you don't know what to say, just say that. I don't know what to say. Say it.
Yeah.
Like, let me tell you something. I'd rather 5 minutes of your time, then at least I know you exist.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. We are at time. I want to be
Yes.
mindful of that.
Yes.
Leanne, before we go, though, I want to make sure that people know where to find you. So where can
Well,
we find you in your
am-
favorite way?
Sure. I'm my handle on Instagram is @starlightsing. So StarLightsing. Facebook, I am Leanne Bourgeois. So my last name is Bourgeois. And Leanne is all together, Leanne. And the reason why I spell those out is because sometimes, people have difficulty. And my pages are public. So my Instagram's public, my Facebook's public. My YouTube channel, you can find me under Leanne Bourgeois. There's no other Leanne Bourgeois that I'm aware of. So, and, in turn, I also have different things with book, and I'm slowly going to be putting them all together finally and having a special link. So that will be stay tuned. And basically musically, I mean, I'm always posting on my Instagram and Facebook. So you'll be able to read it even if you're not my friend. And I just did it that way because I think it's important. As an artist, if you want to be seen, you got to open up a little.
I actually sent you an invite on LinkedIn.
Oh, perfect. Yes, I'm on LinkedIn as well as Leanne Bourgeois. Yes, I have a lot of social media. I mean, gosh, there's so many. So if there's a place where I can send some of those links, I could definitely do that. But there are a lot of different places that I'm on. Band Mix, if you were looking for musicians, for gigs and things like that. But there's all these, different social media places that I'm actually on. And my first book that I wrote as well is you can actually access it off YouTube, LinkedIn, and, you could just message me and I can send you the link as well. It's on Amazon. So, and then I have a new one coming out in a couple months as well. So that's going to be with KDP Publishing Company. So I've got, just different things that are coming out at different points, but that's just some places to get.
You get to be my co-host tomorrow, and it does look like we are starting the day off with a little bit of free time. So we may just have to have some fun tomorrow, you and I.
Perfect.
But I do want to be mindful of the show and the length of time. So we are about 5 minutes over. But that's okay. Our people are lovely. I do want to wrap up the day with maybe your favorite takeaway or something that you really liked, maybe an insight. So, Leanne, if there's anything that you liked about the day.
Oh, from our discussion right now?
Or anything you heard backstage while you were there. It's one takeaway.
I would just say the energy, just the joy in the conversations that people are opening up and sharing, and how everybody is so giving and open and kind. And I think that's it. If we can do a little bit with ourselves in that way, we'll feed that back into others and do the same.
Nice. Thanks. What about you, Wandana?
From this conversation, I would say
all day, either or.
Well, we had so many amazing guests. Honestly, I wouldn't even know. Like, I can pick one thing out from each person. But I
We don't
will
have that much
say,
time, but yeah.
I know that's one. I mean, I'm saying one thing that really struck me was, about when you give up control, you gain more, and I think that's a pretty awesome statement, and I love the idea of visualizing it and depicting it for people. So I might do a LinkedIn post on that actually, because I
love
like
it.
it that much.
Love it.
My takeaway is usually a pattern. So the pattern that I saw is definitely a heavy focus on that internal personal development, that relationship with self, not just so that we can love ourselves, but so that other people know how to love us, so they can see what we love about ourselves, because it really is, we got to do the work first before they can really connect with us the way that we want them to connect with us. So I love that. And everything that we talked about today hit all the points that I wrote in this talk that I'm doing live at an event in a couple weeks. So I'm just like, that's the universe saying I'm good.
Awesome.
I'm good.
Amazing.
You are awesome.
Aw, thank you. I'm
I
learning.
agree. I think that's going to be beautiful when you do that talk, and hopefully we're just like the little pawns that have helped you a little bit, prop that little confidence boost and be like, you got it.
Like I can send you the audio if you want to hear it, but trigger
I
warning.
would love to hear it. Absolutely.
I would love to hear it too.
Because you guys won't get to be there live, so I can do that. It's all good.
I would love that. That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Leanne, so good meeting you today.
You as well.
And I'm sure we'll be in touch again.
You two have
Absolutely.
never met?
No,
We have not.
I thought you
This is the
did.
first time.
Sorry.
I haven't met any of the guests, so all the guests were new to me. So it's all good.
Oh, that's lovely. So then I just want to say thank you to my co-host, Wandana. Thank you to all of our guests, including Leanne, who's still here with us. Thank you to everyone who have watched the live with us or the replay later. This is just day one. We have 4 more days of this. This is called Blue Talks Amplify Your Message, where we get to talk to those change makers, those rebels, all the other fun words we use today. The people who want to create change are usually the people that have had something happen to them, some sort of struggle, and now we're talking about it and doing it. So what I like to do with these shows is I want to get to know the human being behind the message and the ways that they have chosen to share that message. Because not everybody is everything. Let's figure out what's right for you. Not Leanne, not Wanda, not me, but for you, the person watching. So I just want to say thank you for today. And we will see you tomorrow for day 2 at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is 11 a.m. Atlantic. And we go right until 2:30 Eastern. So much love. Have a wonderful night. And we will see you tomorrow. And then I sing as I click the end stream because you never know what's going to happen. Bye.